I'll do Northborough, Southborough, regional.
Hello, everybody.
Good evening, everybody.
Good evening, Dr. Medina. Thanks for coming to another wonderful meeting tonight.
Yes, thank you.
No problem.
I'm just hoping he's not, I'm hoping he's not calculating his.
I guess somebody else can see who's in the waiting room. I don't see it. I don't.
Good evening, Kamali.
We just need one more from Southborough to make a quorum.
Looking forward to it.
Do you mean me, Kathy?
Kathy Key, maybe.
Oh, okay.
What else am I looking for?
I was excited about the weather.
We're all here,
We're all here?
except
Okay.
for Kathy, yeah.
Is that Dan speaking?
It's Sean O'Shea.
Sean. Boy, I mix you and Dan up all the time. Hi, Sean. How are you?
Hey. I'm good.
Good.
We're
Thank
allowed to double dip there, you know?
Yeah, double dipping.
I don't think Jessica's here. I think she's the only one.
Place. This meeting of the Northborough School Committee, Southborough School Committee, Northborough Southborough Regional School Committee, and Superintendent's Union Number 3 School Committee will be conducted via remote participation to the greatest extent possible. Specific information and the general guidelines for remote participation by members of the public and our parties with a right and requirement to attend this meeting can be found on the district website at the posted URL. For this meeting, members of the public who wish to listen or watch the meeting may do so in the following manner: NCAT Educational Channel, Verizon Channel 29 / Charter Channel 194, or SAM Government Channel, Verizon Channel 37 / Charter Channel 192. No in-person attendance of members of the public will be permitted, but every effort will be made to ensure that the public can adequately access the proceedings in real time via technology means. In the event that we are unable to do so, despite best efforts, we will post on the district website or video recording transcript or other comprehensive record of proceedings as soon as possible after the meeting. For this combined meeting, we have votes, and I would like all the, anytime we have to do the committees, let's do Northborough South first, Southborough, the region, and then the union. So at this time, I like to have all the chairs call their committees into session. Chairman LaBelle?
He's muted. Keith, you're muted.
Thank you. Sorry about that. I call the Northborough School Committee into session. The time is 5:37 and all members are present.
I will call the Southborough School Committee into session. Time is 5:37. We have, in addition to myself, Keturah Martin and Molly O'Mealy present.
And for the region, I'd like to call it into session at 5:37 p.m. We have only one member not present, and that is Kathy Key.
And I will call the union into session. It's 5:37. All members are present except for Jessica Devine.
Okay, and on the agenda, there was, after the agenda, thank you, chairs. After the agenda, there was a place where the public, if they wanted to register in advance for this webinar, they could do so. The first item we have on our agenda is audience sharing. Just to make this known to everybody, is that audience sharing is a means of taking concerns of our constituents so that we and our superintendent and his administration can understand your concerns. It allows the audience an opportunity to pose the concerns, questions, but we do not initiate dialogue or answer questions posed to us. We take those under consideration, and the chairs with the superintendent will decide the course of action to go forward with any of those concerns. For expediency and for conciseness, I'd like to say any audience member, you will have 2 to 3 minutes. If you have a longer statement that you would like to read, please, you can send it to any of the school addresses, but especially to Superintendent Martineau, and then he will distribute it to all members. So at this time, I'll hand it over to Greg Martineau, our superintendent, to see if there's any members in the audience who would like to share.
So at this time, there are no hands raised. Probably just take another 30 seconds just to see if anyone is interested in sharing. And it looks like there are no members in the audience who are sharing this evening.
Okay, the next item we have on our agenda is action on the combined open meeting minutes of September 16th, 2020. This is a vote of the combined committees. So this time I'll turn it over to Roger, Chair of the Southborough, then Keith, Chair of the Northborough. I will do the region, and Katura Martin will do the union.
Are we still going through the same sequence? First Northborough, then Southborough?
Oh, yeah, I'm sorry.
On the votes?
Northborough. Keith, I'm sorry, Chairman Keith LaBelle.
Yes, I will entertain a motion for the approval of the minutes, please.
I move to approve the combined open meeting minutes of September 16th, 2020.
Second.
Do you want us to motion before the Northborough vote, Joan?
Let's have Northborough finish it completely, and then I'll hand it over to you, Roger.
Okay.
Okay, are there any, is there any discussion or questions regarding this motion to approve the minutes? Hearing none, this will be a roll call vote, please. Mrs. Frank,
Yes.
Mrs. Bailey Jones,
Yes.
Mrs. Gannett,
Yes.
Mrs. Tagliaferri,
Yes.
and myself, Keith LaBelle, yes. Motion passes unanimously and the minutes are approved.
Is it just me, or does that seem like September was like a year ago?
Just feel like a while back. Mr. Challen, I guess that puts you up next.
So I will entertain a motion to approve the open meeting minutes of the combined open meeting on September 16th, 2020.
So moved by Katura.
Moved by Katura. Is there a second?
Second, Kamali.
I can't see everyone. Do you know if either Jess or Jen is here yet? Okay.
They are both here.
I'm sorry, you're both here?
Yes.
Okay, great. So any discussion? All right, roll call vote. Katura,
Yes.
Kamali,
Yes.
Jennifer?
I think I was wrong about Jennifer. She's not here, but Jess
Okay,
is.
Jess?
Yes.
And I vote yes.
Okay, for the region, I entertain a motion to approve the combined open meeting minutes of September 16th, 2020 as presented.
So moved.
So moved by Paul Butka. Second?
I'll second.
Second, Paul.
Second by Kathleen Howland. Is there any discussion on the minutes? Seeing none, this will be a roll call vote. Karen Ayers,
Yes.
Paul Butka,
Yes.
Chris Covino,
Yes.
Paul Desmond,
Yes.
Kathleen Howland,
Yes.
Dan Kalenda,
Yes.
Sean O'Shea,
Yes.
Kathleen Pelechko. Kathleen?
Yes.
Thank you. And myself, and it passes unanimous of all the members that are present tonight.
Okay, and for the union, I will entertain a motion to approve the combined open meeting minutes of Wednesday, September 16th, 2020.
So moved.
Okay, moved by Joan. Is there a
Second. Nope, go ahead. Keith, I think Keith beat me.
Keith or Roger, you pick, Katura.
Okay, Keith, I think I heard you first.
2 seconds. Seconded.
Okay, great. Any discussion? Okay, hearing none, we'll do a roll call vote. Keith,
Yes.
Joan Frank,
Yes.
Kelly Gannett,
Yes.
Roger Challen,
Yes,
Jessica Devine,
Yes.
and it's a yes from me. So the minutes are approved.
Okay, the next time, thank you, committee members and the chairs. Thank you very much. The next item on our agenda is the COVID-19 update. And at this time, I'd like to turn the agenda over to Superintendent Greg Martineau.
Sure. So a couple updates around COVID-19, but first I'd like to have Mary Ellen talk about some quarantining and traveling proposed changes and amendments to our current policies. About a week and a half ago, the CDC and the Department of Public Health changed their quarantining and travel requirements. And consulting with the medical advisory team, Mary Ellen is recommending some changes to our district requirements. And this evening, she'll present those and entertain any questions that the committee members may have. And welcome, Mary Ellen. And Dr. Medina is also with us this evening to answer any specific questions.
So I'm not sure if you can put that in present mode, maybe. Thank you. Okay, so as Mr. Martineau said, the CDC and Department of Public Health had updated quarantine guidelines in November, and then again, just updated them last week again. And we have met as the medical advisory team. We meet weekly to discuss any updates that come through. And we have met for a few weeks in a row to update our guidelines to align with the Department of Public Health and the CDC guidelines. So the first thing that changed recently was close contact quarantine information. So I think the part is that the CDC continues to endorse a full 14-day quarantine, which is what it has been since the beginning of the pandemic. However, they are allowing for shortened quarantine options if all the criteria are met for that option. And this will ultimately be up to the public health nurse whether someone meets all of the options for these criteria or not. So the first option is a 7-day strict quarantine with 14 days of monitoring, a 10-day strict quarantine with 14 days of monitoring, and a 14-day strict quarantine. We have to remember throughout all of this that all quarantine begins with the last exposure to the positive person. Next slide, please. So the 7-day strict quarantine criteria. To be able to have a 7-day quarantine, you have to have no symptoms whatsoever, not even a mild headache or a mild stuffy nose. That is a symptom. So no symptoms whatsoever throughout your quarantine. A negative PCR test on day 5 or after. That means you could return to school and your normal activities on day 8. But you need to continue to self-monitor, which means go through the checklist that we all go through every day and check your temperature for a full 14 days. And remember, again, this is really important that all quarantine begins with the last exposure to the positive person. So this is kind of a little timeline of what a 7-day quarantine would look like. Your exposure date, your exposure to the positive person, is day 0. Your 7 days in strict quarantine would be day 1 to 7. And then you would have a test anywhere after day 5. So if you tested negative on day 5 with your PCR test, you could return to your activities on day 8. Any test on day 5, 6, or 7, a negative test would allow you to return to your normal activities on day 8. If you had a test on day 8 that was negative, you could return to your normal activities on day 9 and so forth. Through day 8 through day 14, you need to continue to check your symptoms, your temperature, active monitoring, and then quarantine would end and you could return to your normal. The quarantine would totally end on day 15 and you would be released from the Department of Public Health from your quarantine at that time. So this is all if you have no symptoms whatsoever. All right, Greg, the next slide. So then we move to our 10-day strict quarantine. This also, you can have no symptoms whatsoever through your quarantine to be able to have a 10-day strict quarantine. You can return to school on day 11, and you need to continue to self-monitor for symptoms for the full 14 days. The difference between this and day 7 is this does not require any testing. So if you don't have any symptoms, you don't have to have a test, and you can return to school on day 11. Take the next slide, please. And this is just a little timeline of what that would look like. Your exposure is day 0. You're in quarantine for 10 days, and you can return to your activities on day 11 as long as you have no symptoms. You need to continue to monitor symptoms for the full 14 days. And then our 14-day strict quarantine, which is what we have had, you have to have a 14-day strict quarantine if you experience any symptoms during the quarantine period. Even if you had a negative test during that quarantine and you had symptoms, you still have to quarantine for the 14 days. The other reason why you would have a 14-day strict quarantine if you were unwilling or unable to do the active monitoring of your symptoms and temperature. With this, you would return to school and your normal activities on day 15 if your symptoms have improved. The medical advisory team is encouraging a full 14-day quarantine for household close contacts. So we can be a close contact anywhere. You've heard of people being close contacts at the dentist, at the hairdresser, any sports teams, at school. But in a household is where we're seeing a lot of cases, close contacts that would convert to positives after they've been exposed. So the medical advisory team is encouraging the full 14-day quarantine for household close contacts. If the positive household member is able to isolate from the rest of the household. So in some families, you have older children. Some people have a second house somewhere where a positive person can go away and be there. Some kids have teenage kids who like to isolate by themselves and they are able to stay away from each other. So isolation means you stay away from each other, use a separate bathroom, take your meals separately, use it, wear your mask at all times, and just kind of don't really interact with anybody else in the household. So the next scenario would be if there is you can turn the slide, please, Greg. If a household member tests positive and is unable to isolate from the rest of the household. So what that would mean is if you were a close contact, you would need to quarantine through your household member's isolation period, which is 10 days. And then added on to that 10 days, if you have no symptoms, you can begin the aforementioned 7 or 10-day quarantine. Or if you are symptomatic, you need to get tested. If that's negative, you would begin a 14-day quarantine. So that's a 10 plus a 14, 10 days plus 14. And if you're positive, you would begin your isolation for 10 days, which would be the 10 that you already were in quarantine, plus a 10-day isolation. So the minimum quarantine for this scenario would be 17 days. And so we have to remember that it could be longer than 24 days if the family members test positive at different times, because your quarantine begins with the last exposure to the last positive person. So that's all of our close contact quarantine upgrade. And then we also have updated our travel guidelines. Presently, our guidelines are a 14-day quarantine for any travel outside of any state outside of the lower risk states. And right now, the only state that we can travel to without quarantining for 14 days by our guidelines is Hawaii. So what our updated travel guidelines require that all travel outside of Massachusetts, you need to follow the Massachusetts travel order. And in addition to that, we require the following criteria to be met to return to school after travel outside of Massachusetts. The next slide, please. So if you travel to New England states, New Hampshire, Vermont, Maine, Rhode Island, Connecticut, or New York, you would first need to follow the Massachusetts travel order. And then in order to return to school, the student or staff member would have to have proof of a negative PCR test within the 72 hours of arrival to Massachusetts. If there is no test, they need to quarantine for 14 days. And they are required to check in with the school nurse upon return to school. If you travel outside of the lower risk states, except New England states or New York, you still need to follow the Massachusetts travel order no matter what. But you also need to quarantine for 7 days upon your return to Massachusetts. And you have to have proof of a student's negative PCR test on or after day 5. If there's no test, you need to quarantine for 14 days. You can return to school on day 8 with a negative PCR test on or after day 5. And you need to check in with the school nurse upon return to school. The asterisk is there for the student because this is regardless of age. The Massachusetts travel orders allow that a student that is less than 10, you can use the parent's negative test as proof. We are not allowing that. We've heard of other districts where the parents would not give that information as they thought, because it was private health information that they did not want to share. So the students need to have the PCR test to return to school after travel. Or it would be a 14-day quarantine. And all of this information will be in one document on our website. You can click on that maybe, Greg, and that will bring you what the document would look like. Maybe. Oh, there it is. So there's always questions when it comes to quarantine and isolation, but we have our public health nurses and the school nurses who are guiding us through all this, and our medical advisory team. So I will take any questions that anybody might have.
Yes, I see that Kamali has a question.
Yes, I will. So the question that I have is around the page where you talked about the travel guidelines. You gave information on what the rules are when people travel from Mass to other New England states or just other states in general. Could you say a little bit about for those that are having visitors from those states in New England or anywhere else, and what the guidelines and rules are for that?
Oh, sure. So if you have guests to your home or that come from out of state, they need to follow the Massachusetts travel order. And that's all that needs to be done, which is they have to have a negative PCR test within 72 hours of their travel to Massachusetts, or once they arrive, they need to quarantine until they have a negative PCR test. So the hosts do not need to do anything.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Mary Ellen, as a follow-up question to that, can they get a PCR test? Let's say if they're coming in from Connecticut, can they get the test in their state before they travel, like 72 hours before they enter the state of Massachusetts?
Yes.
They can, okay. All right, Kelly has a question, Kelly Gannett.
Hi, Marilyn. I have a quick question about the slide that said other quarantine. It said if negative, quarantine for 14 days, if positive, isolate for 10 days. So how does that work for isolation of 10 days? Then what happens after day 10? Then you're fine, or do you take a negative test? Like, how do you come out of that? I'm just
definitely. So to come out of isolation, you need to meet the 10-day criteria, and you need to be fever-free without medication for 24 hours, and you have to have an improvement of your symptoms. So those are the 3 things that need to be met to be able to release from isolation if you've tested positive. You do not need a negative test. Many people can test positive for many weeks after having COVID-19 and be asymptomatic after that. So what is after 10 days, you're not considered infectious. So your infectious time is 2 days prior to your symptoms starting through the 10 days.
So then would they have to quarantine after isolation or no? After isolation, you're good to go if you're symptom free
After isolation, yes, you're done with isolation.
and quarantine, everything's done.
Yes.
Resume back to normal. Thank you.
Okay, Greg, I see that there aren't any other questions from board members. Do we have to take a vote of the 3 committees to accept this, or does that just go on the website?
My recommendation is to take a vote to approve these recommendations. They were embedded in our school reopening plan that the committees voted in the late summer, early fall. So my recommendation is to vote.
Hey, Joan, this is Dan. A question, if I may?
Yes, go ahead, Dan.
So, Greg, how come it doesn't say vote or may be a vote on the agenda so that the public can know that this is something that we may be required to vote upon?
So it was an oversight on my part, Mr. Kalenda.
And Dan, I would say it was an oversight on my part because Greg and I go over the agenda just a couple hours beforehand, and I did not catch that, so I'm sorry.
All right, I just want to make sure there's no issue when if the public wasn't on notice that there may be a vote on something. You know, if you're comfortable that there's not an issue, then I would say yes. Let's proceed.
So I'll just make a general comment that we did go back and forth whether this needed to be voted. Technically, it doesn't need to be voted by the committee. However, again, my recommendation is that it does go through a voting process because of the important nature of the content.
Are you okay, Dan?
Yes, Joan. Thank you, Greg.
Okay, I'll double check next time. Thank you. Always room for improvement. I have Roger and then Paul Becca.
I put my hand up before Greg had commented that this technically probably was not required. You know, but still from a good form standpoint, taking votes on topics like this, they make sense, but that's why I wasn't quite as concerned that I didn't see it in the agenda and we're going to vote on it, but I guess the more you put in the agenda, probably the better. But yeah, I think this technically isn't a requirement.
Okay, and I'll come back to you, Roger, after I take a question from Paul Becca.
I'm done. My hand's down.
Okay, Paul?
Thank you, Joan. So just I guess a clarification on what we're voting for. So for example, one of the first slides Mary Ellen showed that instead of just a 14-day quarantine, there's a 7-day option, a 10-day option, and a 14-day option. Are we selecting one of those 3, or are we just saying choose whichever one suits your purposes or convenience best, but it's now the new standard versus the old standard?
I can answer that, Greg. So we don't decide how long anybody's quarantine is. That is up to the public health nurse who decides it. We're just letting people know that these are the options that have upgraded. The CDC and the Department of Public Health have updated their guidelines too. And our initial reopening plan, we did have just the 14 days. So this is a update to our reopening plan that was approved by all of you.
Okay, so if I could follow up, please.
Sure.
So it's the option of the public health nurse. So I don't know, student A would have to maybe quarantine with the 14-day method. Student B, someone may decide for one reason or another that the 7-day method is better. And then for student C, the 10-day choice gets earmarked for that person. Is that what's going to happen? Is that what we're about to vote on? No, right? That doesn't.
No, that's not what's going to happen. It all depends on the symptoms. It depends on if there's a household close contact, depends on the interview that you do with the positive person or the close contact, and how they're feeling. So if they're deciding to test or not to test, if they don't want to test, then the minimum quarantine would be 10 days. If they decide to get a test on day 7, then it could be the 7 day. I mean, on day 5, it could be the 7 day. So you would decide by your interview with the person. And then the public health nurse does the initial interview and then follows up. We'll follow up with them on day 7 to make sure that they don't have any symptoms. And if they don't, then the strict quarantine would end. And they would make that decision at that point in time. But these are just what the guidelines that have been adopted from the CDC and the Department of Public Health, and could be the options that are given to you depending on the interview that takes place with the public health nurse and your symptoms.
All right, I guess I get it. So it's still good. So the nurse will decide.
Yes, the public health nurse is the only one that can release you from quarantine or isolation.
Okay, thanks.
Okay, Sean O'Shea?
I think so all of that is just, it's all new state and CDC guidelines. There's no wiggle room for us. I think I think my understanding though, the only thing in terms of policy that we're voting on that's a difference from that is the travel piece, that the district has added another layer to the travel that's different from the Massachusetts standards. Is that correct?
The other difference, Sean, is that we require a PCR test.
Right. Okay. So those two things. Right.
Yeah.
Okay.
And then our travel guidelines has been stricter all along. We've had the 14-day, and now we are being less strict with that.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
So Mary Ellen, Roger, I see he has his hand.
Well, I'm glad I don't have to construct the actual verbiage of this motion. I'm waiting to hear what it's going to be. Hopefully it can be as simple as possible, dealing, I guess, just with the changes. But
yeah, I was just going to ask Mary Ellen, if we could have a motion, would this encompass it? If we said that we're voting to approve the updates on the quarantining and travel requirements in accordance with the state and CDC guidelines as presented on December 16th, 2020. Or would you like something added?
Can I make a recommendation, Joan?
Sure.
You could make a motion to approve the travel guidelines and quarantine guidelines as presented, and just remove the CDC and the DPH.
Okay, well, we need the date.
Yes.
Okay. So Roger, I'm going to turn it over to you. Oh, no, it's Keith LaBelle.
Well, Sean has his hand raised.
Okay, Sean O'Shea. Thank you, Kamali.
I didn't take it down. Sorry.
Okay. So for Northborough, Chairman LaBelle,
Yes, I'll entertain a motion, please.
I would like to make a motion that we approve the travel requirements and quarantining that were presented tonight on December the 16th, 2020.
I'll second, Lauren.
Okay. We have a motion and a second for Northborough to approve the quarantining and travel requirements as presented today, December 16th. Any discussion? Hearing none, I'll take a roll call vote, please. Mrs. Frank?
Yes.
Mrs. Bailey Jones?
Yes.
Mrs. Gannett?
Yes.
Mrs. Tagliaferri?
Yes.
And myself, Keith LaBelle, yes. Motion passes unanimously for Northborough School Committee.
Thank you, Keith. Roger, for Southborough, Chairman.
I would entertain a motion to approve the language that was just presented by Northborough and passed by Northborough. I just need a so move.
So moved. This is Kamali.
Moved by Kamali. Is there a second?
Second by Katura.
Second by Katura. Any discussion on this?
Yeah, I'll just add a point that I think it's a misnomer to say that the nurses make a decision. They actually follow a decision tree and they follow the metrics, and that is going to lead to the conclusion as to what requirement a student should follow or not follow. That's all. Thank you.
Thanks, Kamali. And it's not the school nurses that do that. It is the public health nurses. That
Public
follow.
health nurse. Sorry.
Yeah.
Public health nurse.
All right. Any other comments? Roll call vote then from Southborough. Jessica,
Yep.
Kamali,
Yes.
Katura,
Yes.
and I vote yes.
Okay. For the region, do I have a motion to accept the previous motion that was by Northborough K-8 and Southborough K-8?
So moved, Paul.
Made by Paul Buttka. Is there a second?
Second. Chris.
Second by Chris Covino. This is any discussion before the vote? Seeing no discussion, we'll take the roll call vote. Karen Ayers,
Yes.
Paul Buttka,
Yes.
Chris Covino,
Yes.
Paul Desmond,
Yes.
Kathleen Highland, Dan Kalenda,
Yes.
John O'Shea,
Yes.
Kathleen Plutchko,
Yes.
and myself, yes. And Chairman Couture Martin, there will not be a vote that needs to be taken by the union.
Agreed.
Okay, thank you.
Yep.
Okay, so Superintendent Martineau, we have all the votes in place. Is there anything else under the COVID-19 quarantining and travel requirements?
So just a few other COVID updates, related updates. The first is that we did administer a survey to get families' feedback around how our reopening plan was implemented, what's working well, where are the challenges. We administered the survey to grades 6 through 12 families K through 5, and we also administered a parallel survey to educators throughout our district. We are in the process of analyzing that data and synthesizing it and looking for patterns and trends. We will be presenting.
Can you make that bigger on the screen possibly? I don't know if it's just mine, but it looks smaller.
Is that better?
Yes, thank you.
So the data will be presented to the school committees in a report early on in January. The goal of these data really and these surveys was really to look at, again, how we can improve, what's working well, and getting the perspectives of families, educators, and also in grades 6 through 12 students were surveyed. We're going to use these data to develop a path forward in terms of looking at potentially increasing in-person learning. We are working closely with our medical advisory team, and we will have a kind of a progressive approach in terms of starting at the earliest grade levels of pre-K 1, 2, 3, and then moving to 4 and 5, and then shifting to the middle school and high school. So this will be a very in-depth process involving all the stakeholders, using data to make our decisions, and there'll be a lot of opportunities for impact from all the for feedback from all the stakeholders before any decision is brought forth to the school committee for a recommendation. So that is some of the work we're doing behind the scenes. In terms of the COVID-19 screening update, so we've successfully screened faculty and staff. Our intention was to screen faculty and staff each Friday post Thanksgiving break, leading up to our December break, and then again the first and second week after our December break. We've had great participation, and it's given us a sense of the prevalence of the virus in our district. And I'm pleased to report that it's been very few teachers who've tested positive. This past Friday, we had I believe Mary Ellen, correct me if I'm wrong, 3 teachers who tested positive, or 3 individuals who tested positive as a result of that screening out of, I believe it was over 600 people who tested. So again, it's giving us a good sense of the prevalence of the virus in our faculty and staff. Next week, we'll be screening again this Friday, our faculty and staff. And then on Monday and Tuesday of next week, we'll be screening high school students. We'll be providing the opportunity for those families who wish to have their sons or daughters screened. We have currently, I believe, over 500 high school students or families. The prevalence of the virus in our student body. Ideally, we would like to see more students participate in this testing opportunity. It's free, but again, it is also an option, a family option, and a family choice. So again, we're trying to do what we can to make sure that we have a sense of what's happening in our district with the virus. And I think the faculty and staff testing has really provided a peace of mind for many of our faculty and staff throughout pre-K through 12. Mary Ellen and Safdra, I'm not sure if there are any comments or additions you would like to add.
After. We're just so blessed to have our medical advisory team. I just want to, if you see any of them anytime around, just please thank them. Their guidance has been invaluable to all of us to get us where we are today. The screening is due to their diligence and all of the knowledge they have that they've brought to the team to be able to let us do this screening. So we have had, positive cases, which we all expect. Our case numbers kind of match what's going on in our communities. And so we saw it really low, then a spike, and now it's fallen back down again. I think that's it. We're looking forward to doing the students. It'll be an exciting 2 days. We're up at the high school with them. But Safdar, do you have anything to add?
Yeah, I think one of the most important things is this testing is just a layer of mitigation, as we've always talked about. So it's great. It's going to give us a baseline of the prevalence in our high school, hopefully provide people with reassurance, but also, really indicate that moving forward, we still have to practice all the great guidelines and rules that we've been practicing, because it is one moment in time. But moving forward, if we can keep these rates low by doing surveillance screening, we can show that what we're doing is working.
I think that's definitely a point that needs to be made. This is just a moment in time. The screening tells us about that day. That's it. We've had cases where we've had, or throughout all the cases, people test negative on one day and start with symptoms 2 days later, and then they're positive. So this is not like a carte blanche. You can do whatever you want after you have a negative test. It really is just for that point in time. And we can't stress enough that all of the other strategies need to be used. Wearing your mask, distancing if you're with people from outside of your household, whether inside or outside.
Okay, I see that we have 4 to 5 school committee members that have questions. And so I'll take them in the order in which I received them. If you have board members, if you have a specific question for Superintendent Martineau or Mary Ellen Duggan or Dr. Safar, just mention that before you give your question if you want it answered by a specific professional. So I first have Erin.
Hi, thank you guys all so much. You guys are absolutely invaluable. And I think compared to other districts, we are so lucky to have you. My quick question is, I am all for testing. Test everyone, test as much as you can. My question as a district is, what is the benefit of testing these kids before they go on vacation for 2 weeks? Wouldn't it be better to test them right before they come back to our buildings? I mean, it's great for the community and their families, but as a district, what is this going to do for the school system and the building? Are we also planning to test them before they come back?
Yes. So,
Okay.
so at the regional meeting, after this meeting at 7, I'll be making a recommendation for the high school to stay in remote the Tuesday and Wednesday, January 5th and 6th. And we will do a post test. As part of the testing protocol, we need to get a baseline. So these are individual PCRs. Once we have established a baseline, then we can actually consider a pooled testing option, which actually lowers the cost of the testing for our district.
Okay. So they will also be offered to be tested before coming back to the buildings. Are the families aware of that yet?
Not yet, because the school committee has to, I'm presenting it to the school committee at 7, and then I'll communicate that out tomorrow if it's approved.
Okay. Thank you.
Kamali?
This is a question for Mary Ellen. I wanted to know, what is the turnaround time on the testing for students? Is it the same as faculty and staff?
So it is, we're using the same company. So for faculty and staff, our last turnaround time for our test last week was less than 12 hours for all 640 tests. We got the results back in less than 12 hours. I dropped them off in Cambridge at 7 o'clock on Friday, and we had the results by 6 o'clock on Saturday morning. So it will be right about the same. The time before that, it was maybe 16 hours to have them all completed. So it's less than 24 hours we've had with this company.
Okay, thank you. And I have an additional question, I think either from yourself or Mr. Medina. Last week when we had the announcement for the elementary students that they would be remote on the 22nd and 23rd, or, you know, depending on what cohort they were in, could you just tell us, the board members and the community, how we got to that decision and how, what led you to make a different decision for the preschoolers?
Greg, you want to take this or you want us to start?
Thank you. I was just looking for my unmute button. So that is a me question. So, you know, I did bring this to the medical advisory team and had conversations with the leadership team. Part of the testing of students, testing faculty and staff takes us from 6 a.m. to 6 p.m. on a Friday. So we did not know the number or volume of testing that we would need. So having students go remote on the 22nd allows us to pool our nursing staff to help administer the assessments or the screening. Or that our faculty and staff, you know, have some peace of mind as they enter into the next few weeks. So by having the faculty and staff test Friday, and for those teachers who are in on Monday for Monday programs, they will be tested after their Monday program. We'll give them a peace of mind that when their results come back and they're negative, there's no interaction between students and them. So there's no potential for any transmission from student to teacher at that point. So it's a separation. So it's a combination of really pooling our resources to be able to test our high school students. It's really trying to create some separation from students and teachers as we head into break. And then thirdly, you know, it's just really trying to maximize the resources that we have.
Okay, and should I infer from that that the those resources were not so much affected with the babies, with the preschoolers? I shouldn't say babies, but because most of those, the nursing staff is supporting the K through 5. I just want to get to, we talked about the older kids staying remote, but we didn't say anything about the preschoolers and the kids that need special services. They will still come into the school.
Correct. So they will remain. So we have the preschool program, and we have a couple programs. A program that will continue Monday. We have half-day programs Monday, and those faculty and staff will be tested after those programs end. But again, this is all hands on deck in terms of nursing staff throughout the district.
Okay.
Just to clarify, Kamali, the nurse at Finn is the nurse for the preschool also.
Okay. But yeah, and I get it, and which is that, and one of the takeaways that I got is that after those in-person activities on Monday, whether it's half day or some, something like that, the faculty will still have the opportunity to be tested afterwards. Those students that were in the building will, they'll go home, and but we'll still have an answer for the faculty and staff afterwards. Okay.
Yes, they can test on Monday or Tuesday.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay, next I have Paul Desmond.
Thanks, Joan. And first, I just want to say it's great that we're testing kids, and I'm glad to hear we're going to be doing it when they come back too. And Greg, like you, I'm a little disappointed it wasn't more than 500, but I guess I have a question for Dr. Medina on that. If we do test 500 kids, is it safe to extrapolate from that, whatever the incidence rate is among those 500, it'll be roughly the same among those that we did not test?
That's a great question. I think a lot of it may also depend on their age. So if we are to get a cross section of 500 kids across all grades, that may provide us with more of a window into what's going on in the high school. More cases are found the older the kids are, so in our sort of junior, senior population. So I think the data will be useful regardless, but we have to be careful in extrapolating that to a more general population in the high school based on the ages that we get.
I think and it's just about half and half for the cohorts, the breakdown. It's pretty even across the grade levels, and it's just about half and half for cohort A and cohort B. I think
this is just the high school, right?
Yes.
The 500 is all at the high school.
Right.
Correct?
Yes. Yes. So through freshmen through seniors, it's about even the breakdown, and it's even between cohort A and cohort B. We did send out one more push. Mr. Bevan was going to send it out today, so in hopes to get a few more people with a little explanation about why we're doing it. Why should I have my student tested, which a lot of people were asking, just like Erin asked, why do it now if we're not going to do it afterwards? So I think knowing that we're doing it, we're hoping to do it afterwards on return in January, might have some people join in.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Okay, Jessica.
Hi, thanks. I was actually going to ask same question as Paul, actually, because I was disappointed also to hear it was only 500. So I was hoping that would help. Mary Ellen, is it pretty even between the towns too?
Oh, I don't have that breakdown.
That would be interesting too to know, because
I think we could do that. We did. I could do that because addresses were in there, so I didn't look at that part though.
Yeah, we did get. We've been on this call. Sean Bevan sent out the email, so we did get that last push, and yeah, it would be interesting to see how we could get more families to participate. And also something else I'd be curious to see, because I know I've seen Dr. Medina, I've seen you in past posts or emails or something talk about how to appeal to the student's sense of social responsibility too. I feel like that's really important because we've seen kids just getting lazier and lazier about following the rules outside of school. So really appealing to their sense of social responsibility, I feel, is going to be really important. The sleepovers are happening more. They're getting lazy with masks. They're happening more. Those kind of behaviors are going up and up. So, yeah, It's concerning, but I'm so glad that you're going to be testing the high school kids. I'm very interested to see what comes of it. So thank you.
So I think, to tag on to that, we're hopefully going to work on a communication that is going to be directed specifically to high school students and high school parents. That's in the works based on, looking at what could motivate them to follow rules. And actually, you bring up a point that in studies done, the number one reason adolescents did say that they would socially distance, wear a mask, is the sense of social responsibility. That was almost voiced by 70% of kids.
Well, I mean, even when you just look on Instagram, you see what kids posting. It's constantly about social justice and social responsibility. So if we appeal to that sense of social justice and social responsibility, maybe that would get kids to follow the rules a little more. So I'm really happy to hear that. So thanks.
So we're up to 545 right now. So.
Yay!
And it's looks like 330 Northborough. So
okay, great.
215 from Southborough. So about, from the breakdown of numbers, it seems about right.
Yeah, great.
The population.
Okay, Roger?
Thank you, Joan. So this is a question for either Mary Ellen or Dr. Medina or both. It's really just an opinion question regarding the kind of point in time characteristic. Mary Ellen, as we know, and I don't know that there's a lot of data on this, someone can test negative, and then because that's a point in time, certainly as little as several days later, they might take another test for which they test positive. Is it, what do you think, opinion-wise? Because we also know that tests aren't 100% reliable. Is that kind of situation likely more to be the point in time characteristic that they got infected in a couple of days after the first test, or maybe the tests just, there's a certain percentage of tests aren't reliable. Maybe that's more to do with the unreliability or lack of 100% reliability of testing.
I think that I'll start, and then Safdar could probably jump in a little bit more technical than I, but I'll try. So the test picks up your you think about the viral load. So if you were exposed and your viral load is low, we use a PCR test, which is the gold standard. So false negatives could happen, but it's not a common occurrence. So what happens is that you may have your viral load may be low, and then 2 days later you start with symptoms. So your viral load is higher, and then you would test positive after that.
Okay.
So it depends on the day of your symptoms, the day of your exposure. All of those things would affect the viral load that they're able to pick up with the test.
So that's really more of a timing issue, at least. Sorry.
May have potentially been 4 or 5 days before, and they just have not developed that viral load yet, as Mary Ellen said. I mean, these tests are very good. These PCR tests have a very, very low false negative rate. So I think it's fairly, it's a fair assumption that they were negative that day. They were just brewing that in their incubation period. And then finally you reached a point where that viral load allowed you to pick it up. So I think, that's why that one moment in time is so important. Your exposure could have been 4 days before your test, and you just have not, incubated the virus long enough.
Right. Well, thank you so much, both of you.
Okay, Paul Bucka?
Thanks, Joan. I was just looking, and our next combined meeting isn't until the middle of March, and I didn't see anything in this agenda that talks about what the agenda items for that next meeting should be, but and so because we're on the COVID-19 topic here, I thought I'd raise this. Are we going to have a discussion as a group about vaccinations and I don't know, maybe, is there going to, there's some kind of new talk in the newspapers and on some of the news stations about some companies, some organizations suggesting that maybe vaccination should be required for people that come in contact with large numbers of the public and things of that nature. And I'm just wondering if waiting till the middle of March to have that conversation as a group is smart, or should we maybe think about accelerating our next combined meeting by a month or so when I know that we don't have information about vaccines and their availability and, all the phase 2 groups now and the like, but I think 3 months from now is a little bit long to wait. So I just thought I'd kind of throw it out there for maybe general discussion. And if there's not a lot of interest in it, then I'll go back to my mute button and allow things to continue. But usually we have something that talks about agenda items for the next meeting, and I didn't see that on this, so I thought I'd bring it up.
Paul, just a couple quick comments. So March, that's 3 months away. In a pandemic, that feels like 10 years away. Most likely we will have many meetings before the March meeting as a combined, based on, the kind of the trajectory of the virus, rethinking our increased in-person learning. We have reached out to legal counsel. Heather Richards is following the HR channels. So we will have more information around the process and what that will look like probably early in January. And I think the plan phase 2 is to start providing educators with vaccines in late February, early March. So yes, we'll meet before then to discuss these types of topics.
Terrific. I thought we would. I wanted to get it out on the table. Thanks.
Paul, and another thing we might be able to do, if you look, you're correct that the March is the next combined meeting, because we set those 4 meetings, at the beginning of the school year in September. But on our agenda number 8, we have a special joint meeting, which would be Northborough School Committee, Southborough, and the region on January 27th, 2021 for legal counsel interviews. So I made a notation that maybe, speaking with Greg, maybe that would be a time that we would have another update on the COVID.
Right. Maybe we're going to expand that agenda. We certainly have time to do that.
Yeah. Okay. We'll see if we have time to do that. And that might be the time, to get it on there. And I agree with what Greg said. We had meetings. I know all of our August calendars, usually we never met until the end, but they were jam-packed in August. So I think, as Greg said, we'll have maybe more meetings other than the one just posted in March.
Well, thanks.
Thank you for the update on that. And I made notation of that, so that's not lost. Okay. All right. So if there are no other, Paul Desmond, do I see your hands? You have a question?
No, I'm good. Thanks.
Okay. Seeing that that is the end of the questions from the board members, I would just like to thank Superintendent Martineau, Mary Ellen Duggan, and Dr. Medina for your experts in each of your fields, and you have given our expertise to the whole entire districts and have educated parents, students, guardians of the kids, the teachers, the faculty, and even school committee members. So thank you very much for all the extra time and sharing of your expertise and helping us lead the way very positively through this COVID pandemic that we're in. So thank you very much for everything that you offer and what you do for us. I appreciate it. And as Mary Ellen said, I just found out she's traveling to Cambridge on a Friday night with the testing. So there's something else added on to her job description that last year at this time was not on it. So thank you to all of you. Greg, should we go on to the next agenda item? Okay, so next agenda item is a personnel report, and I'll turn it over to Mr. Martineau.
Sure. So Thomas Karen, who is our district network manager, has accepted a position as technology director for the Bay Path Vocational Regional High School in Dudley Charlton. So it's a very exciting opportunity for him. TJ, along with Andy Mariotti, basically are the experts in terms of our systems, our networking, and our programming that really provide the functionality of our district. with TJ's leaving the district, it really was an opportunity to think about how can we do the work more efficiently, and what type of expertise we need in terms of technology, information systems. When Julie was hired as the Director of Instructional Technology and Digital Literacy, one of the thoughts that we had was that her position would focus on the teaching and learning of technology. And then Andy Mariotti, the network manager, and Thomas Karen would focus on the systems thinking, the administration of the network, and provide expertise in our management of the network. What happened was that really the network managers really looked for Julie for leadership in terms of kind of leading the district and systems thinking and engineering behind our systems. And one of the things that I want to do is make sure we're using people's strengths and we're maximizing their areas of expertise. So instead of replacing TJ's position with another network manager, I am seeking the position of information systems and district system information systems and security director. And that person will basically lead the technical aspect of our technology department. So from switching to networks to wireless to all of the systems thinking. Julie will focus on the integration of technology, teaching and learning, and those two positions will overlap. Parallel change that we made last year was the change of Becky's position from Director of Finance and Operations and separating those two to make sure that the workload and the focus is there. This is that same type of move. So Julie, again, will focus on instructional technology, and the Director of Information Systems and Security will focus on the technical aspects of the work. So that is an informational update, and I'd be happy to answer any questions about that.
Kelly Gannett has a question.
You have a nice little graphic. I love your graphics. I'm just
I do. I do. So part of the other organizational chart that I'm basically sharing with you this evening, which I'm not asking for a vote, but just sharing information, and I'll bring it back to a combined January meeting, is looking at our organizational structure. So basically on the screen, what you see is our organizational chart at the central office level. What's highlighted in yellow is Julie's current position, Director of Instructional Technology and Digital Learning. The people who report to her directly are the Director of Technology Manager and the District Technology Managers report, as well as the data specialist. Again, Julie's expertise is in the area of using technology for teaching and learning. She's been focus. Also, last year in February, almost a year ago, we looked at the Director of Finance and Operations position. That position managed the food services, facilities, the transportation, as well as the budgeting and the finances for all three districts. So that's when we segmented those responsibilities and brought on Keith Lavoie as the Director of Operations. And I think we've seen the impact that position has had in terms of us being able to operate more efficiently and really bring some focus to those areas. Part of my recommendation that I will make next month is to change that Director of Operations to an Assistant Superintendent of Operations, and then looking at the current Assistant Superintendent, Dr. Reinhorn, and have her focus be solely on the Assistant Superintendent of Teaching and Learning. Julie will focus her work and would report directly to Stephanie. And the Director of Information Systems and Security would report directly to the Assistant Superintendent of Operations. Part of the thinking around this is really trying to build out our leadership team in terms of teaching and learning and operations, and have kind of a firewall in between those two. So again, we're using people's expertise in the areas that they excel at. So this is right now preliminary thinking, and I'll have a more in-depth presentation and charts and job descriptions at the January meeting for the committee's review and discussion.
Okay, Kelly, any follow-up? You're muted.
Sorry, new computer. So the position has not been filled for the, is it going to be an internal, or it's going to potentially be a new position completely, the Director of Information Security and Systems?
So we will have one network manager. So TJ's position will not be filled. That position will not be filled. We will fill that position with a Director of Information Systems and Security. So it's a director level position.
Okay.
Okay. Any others, Kelly? Okay, Karen Ayers has a question.
Yeah, thanks, Greg. So can you talk about the budgetary implications of this and how that's where, how that's all fitting?
Sure. So for the region in Southborough, it's a $10,500 increase in terms of the budget impact. And for Northborough, it's a $14,000 increase to the overall budget. And again, what I'm looking to accomplish is really having a high level of expertise and someone who's going to, a position that's going to really be sustainable over time. With the network manager positions, a lot of those folks in those positions are looking at as a stepping stone to become Director of Information Systems and Technology.
Yeah, so you're not filling TJ's position, you're kind of beefing it up right now. And we currently have the operational budget capacity to do that?
Correct.
Okay, that's really my question. I like the flow chart. This all looks very forward thinking. Thank you.
Okay, Greg, I don't see any other questions from any other board members. Okay.
All right.
Greg, seeing that the time is 6:46 and this meeting was posted just to go to 6:45, but we still have two important items left on our agenda. The midterm superintendent's goals update and the draft of the student calendar, and you would like a vote by each committee. How can we get this done so that we can keep the Zoom meeting even if it goes after 7 o'clock, so it doesn't happen what happened in September where the regional committee lost their Zoom time?
So I think we are okay, Joan. I don't think that will happen.
Okay. I'm going to give it to you. You're in charge now. So right now, next agenda item is the midterm superintendent goals update. Greg Martineau.
Sure. So I just want to take a moment and talk about the past 6 months. Have been extremely challenging for families, for students, for educators, and for the central office leadership team. And I just want to share how proud I am of the work that the central office leadership team has accomplished, what they've accomplished and how hard they've worked and how dedicated they have been. So a lot of the work that is my responsibility is working with that team to maximize their areas of strength and expertise to move the district forward. I think rarely does one have to respond to a sustained crisis in a career. Usually a crisis is more acute, and the pandemic has placed a tremendous amount of stress in our system. Our students, our families, our educators, the district leadership team. And really, I think all of our district leaders were really trying to lead from a point of empathy, really trying to understand where people are coming from and how the pandemic is impacting their situation and their context. This can be very challenging because as you respond to one particular stakeholder or another, obviously not everyone is going to be happy with decisions. So we are trying to keep all stakeholders in mind and really try to be empathetic about the decisions we make. I will share that I am concerned about our central office leadership team, our principals and our educators. As with all of you folks in other industries, it is having a tremendous impact on people's well-being and capacity. And it is just something I'm concerned about in terms of the work that we're doing. It's something that we discuss as a central office team about how we can support our teachers, how we can support our students, and how we can support our families. And part of the challenge is, I think there's not a lot we can do about the pandemic, but we can listen, we can try to support where we can. So my goal is really, in full transparency, where I would hope to be in terms of moving the strategic plan forward in my goals has been impacted. We've had to slow our pace as a district and respond to the needs of teachers and their capacity of what they can move forward, as well as our central office leadership team and principals. But the work has continued, just at a slower pace. So the first goal was aligned with a strategic objective, empowering learners, and really is focusing on collaborating with schools within and across schools to ensure consistent implementation of high quality instructional resources. So building coherence in terms of instructional resources, instructional practice is not new to us. It's something that we've worked on for many years through the instructional rounds processes. Also looking at adopting new curriculum. And we're also looking at how teams of teachers work together in professional collaborations. So principals have done a great job creating spaces for teachers to collaborate and work together. And what we're trying to do is systematize it across our systems, across our 10 schools, so that when teachers are meeting, there's a focus, it's data-driven and student-centered, and there's really student-driven outcomes that result in the meetings. So one of the things we're doing is collecting data around what types of collaborations exist in our schools, and looking at how we can make those more effective, and how we can increase those opportunities. So again, this is in progress, and it's something that we continue to work on as a leadership team. And again, we're looking to align professional collaboration processes to ensure professional collaboration. So when teachers meet, how are they using data? How are they looking at student work? And how are they using the information to inform instruction? Also looking at building upon current systems of feedback for educators and administrators that support improvement and growth. So as a leadership team, we're always thinking about how we can provide feedback to our educators, how educators can provide feedback to their students in a way that it's outcome driven, and that we're improving the teaching and learning also that is happening in our district. So we are looking at the teacher evaluation process. It's been, I believe, almost 6 years since the implementation of the new evaluation process took place at the state level. We've made minor adjustments along the way, and we're forming a committee and a partnership to kind of evaluate it and see what's working well, what can be improved, with the goal of really enhancing what happens in terms of educator feedback. Number 4 was really looking at developing systems for the common use of digital learning platforms and tools for in-person and remote learning environments. When we think about Annisboro 1.0 and 2.0, some of the feedback we received was inconsistent use of tools and resources across our pre-K through 12 districts. Pre-K through 5, we streamlined the tools, and we're using Google Classroom in a more systematic way. Also at the high school and middle school levels, we really looked at Canvas and how we're using Canvas, and really worked with educators to try to build more consistency in its use, so that when students go from course to course or teacher to teacher, there's some predictability in terms of how that information is organized and how they can access it. We've made progress, but there's a lot of work to be accomplished in this area. So, and then assessing the effectiveness of the hybrid and the standalone remote learning programs. So again, we developed our reopening plan. We implemented the plan, and we're reflecting and fine tuning with the understanding that what we built and what we developed was not a perfect system, that there were always room for improvement and growth. And we are using the survey data that we to look for patterns and trends, to make some adjustments and improve the experiences for our students moving forward. The next strategic objective was equity of opportunity. So foster culturally responsive, inclusive communities and environments that provide equal access. So part of the action steps was to administer a baseline assessment of district and school-based faculty and staff understanding of culturally responsive pedagogy and unconscious bias. So we are partnering with Assabet Valley Collaborative on an equity audit. And before surveying faculty and staff, a part of that equity audit will be really having Assabet Valley Collaborative do some of that work for us. So we're holding, and we hope to have that accomplished this spring. Build the capacity of the system and school leaders to lead conversations about culturally responsive pedagogy and unconscious bias in progress. So again, at the district level, we've implemented several professional learning opportunities for faculty and staff to engage in learning. The district invited Dr. Sarah Fireman as a keynote speaker in the fall, and that work continued in breakout groups. And we've expanded that work to faculty and staff. As a district leadership team, it is a common goal that we have as a leadership team, directors as well as principals, is increasing our understanding of culturally responsive pedagogy and thinking about how we can make impacts in our schools and with our teachers and with our students. And lastly, the district, creating and launching professional learning pathways for administrators, faculty, and staff to build upon their understanding of culturally responsive pedagogy and unconscious bias. So we have a roadmap to continue its journey to ensure professional learning is systemic and it impacts teaching and learning. And again, I mentioned that the next goal is healthy and balanced learners. So prioritize the social, emotional, and physical well-being of students. I think that this is more important than ever. One of the goals, the strategic initiatives, was to develop and implement a coherent and systematic approach to social emotional learning, pre-K through 12. We've talked about this in the past, that there's no shortage of programs in our district and resources. And one of the goals is really to try to streamline those, inventory those, and choose a pathway so that students are learning common language, consistent language across their continuum of experiences in our district. So inventorying and assessing current approaches, exploring effective approaches to SEL, agreeing upon a coherent approaches, and developing a plan for professional learning and implementation are not in progress yet. And we are in the process of forming an SEL committee to tackle this work and accomplish some of those action steps. The next strategic objective is educator learning and leadership. district leaders and school leaders and teachers' capacity to improve teaching and learning. And develop and implement and align district and school improvement plans, including professional learning plans for educators. So part of the conversations we're having as a leadership team is thinking about what is the leadership structure, teacher leaders, building leaders, and district leaders that will help us bring greater coherence into the work that we're doing. Part of this work is part of the FY22 budget process and really looking at, how we can increase capacity in developing a 5-year plan to build out a teaching and learning team that is supporting the work that happens in our classrooms. So providing opportunities for districts and school leaders to further develop skills related to observations, feedback, coaching, and educators. So this was a major focus last year. We've paused this, but we'll continue this work this winter. And basically that work is centering around calibration of observations, really thinking about when evaluators are observing educators, what are we looking for? Is that consistent? And how do we provide feedback to educators so that, again, it improves teaching and learning? Evaluate current professional learning systems and effectiveness of the systems. So really thinking about roles, responsibilities, and organization of professional learning. So we have not started this work, so it's not in progress at this point. And develop systematic professional learning plans for educators throughout the district in alignment with a strategic plan, school improvement plans, and educator goals. So again, principals have worked to provide some structure and provide educators with model goals. So we have some coherence in the goals that educators are working on throughout our district. And a significant effort has been really around developing school improvement plans across our 10 schools. Last year, a school improvement plan subcommittee really worked at the process and looked at the process to make recommendations. This year, all 10 of our schools are authoring school improvement plans using a consistent process and also using our Vision 2026 as the anchor to that work. And that has been a focus of a majority of our leadership team meetings. The last strategic objective is finance and operations to support teaching and learning. So engaging school community in open dialogue about the quality of school facilities that will support next generation of Northborough and Southborough students and adopt a new student information system, Power School. So we've had a lot of conversations both in Northborough and Southborough around the long-term capital plans and master plans, and also thinking about, the facility needs, short-term and long-term. We have done a needs assessment of each school facility, and we're actually looking at potentially having a third party come in and actually verify our needs assessment. And also looking at the Massachusetts School Building Authority, looking for opportunities for funding, whether it's the accelerated repair program or the core building program. And lastly, we're looking at the statement of interest process through the MSBA to develop education plans for Peasley and Neary School. And those are all in progress. In terms of adopting the new student information system, so Julie and the technology team have done tremendous work in terms of migrating and implementing the new information system, Power School. We've had great success this fall. Much work still needs to be accomplished, but we're in a great place. And part of that work will really help us kind of streamline and simplify scheduling procedures and new student registration to increase efficiency. So moving registrations online, and our first proof of concept will be kindergarten registrations of the work that Keith Lavoie and Jean Pinto have done in terms of moving the registration to Power School. And then again, providing parents with online forms. So again, we're not sending parent forms home in paper format, collecting and using a lot of people power to process those and collate those and inventory those. So that is in progress. So a lot of work is moving forward in terms of the goals that I set out to accomplish this year. The goals that I set out to accomplish are really aligned with our strategic plan. And again, this document and presentation reflects teamwork. It reflects basically part of one of my responsibilities is to try to maximize the strengths of the people that I work closely with and using their expertise and helping accomplish the work of the strategic plan. And again, I can't say enough about the leadership team that I work with on a day-to-day basis. They are positive, dedicated, talented, and committed to making sure students have an amazing experience here in Northborough and Southborough.
Greg, I would just like to say, I'd like to thank you for presenting the midterm goals right now, as we've had with all previous superintendents. And I think even looking at these under the lens of this is not the normal time as an educator would have in a classroom, you have done an outstanding job. And for that reason, I'd like to thank you for your leadership and your administrative team, and also the teachers and educators who've had to take a big shift into the way that education is being taught to the kids. And I would also like to commend you on the first page of the memorandum to this, that you said that you've witnessed additional stress to the system and its impact daily, and that you have led with empathy. And I think that is why we have a very cohesive educational system, where we may have some criticisms, but we take them to heart and we change a negative into a positive. So I'd like to thank you and everybody in attendance, and even all the school committee members, for getting through this time that we never could even envision 365 days ago. So I'd like to thank you very much. And I see we have questions from Kelly and Sean O'Shea. Kelly?
Thank you, Joan. Greg, are you envisioning the areas that you have no progress areas? Are you envisioning that you will be able to get them and accomplish them this year? Or do you think that's going to be something that's going to be kind of pushed off just simply because of the amounts of the year that we have and the craziness of it?
So I think the intention is to make progress in those areas. And a lot of the goals in our strategic plan are multi-year goals. They're not check the box. We've accomplished this, but it's really looking at those specific action steps that move us closer to 2026. So my intention is to make progress in the next 4 or 5 months in those areas.
Great. And then another thing that I know, Paul Bucca, he left the meeting, he had to leave for a meeting, but another thing that we've talked about is the 360 review. And so I know you were thinking of different ideas for that. And so I was just wondering if that's come up yet, or you're going to still think about ways to do that.
Yeah, so I did develop a 360 survey, 360 review. I worked closely with Stephanie and looked at a couple other models that other superintendents have used, and created one that I thought would provide some good feedback for me in terms of my leadership and areas to improve, and learning more how I can support the work of principals, teachers, and students. That survey did go out on Monday. What's today, Wednesday? Either went out on Monday or Tuesday. So that is open as we speak.
That's great. Thank you.
Sean O'Shea?
While we're talking about your goals and all that you're accomplishing, I just wanted to let you know a couple community members reached out to me, and I share their thoughts. They just wanted, knowing there was a meeting tonight, they wanted me to pass on their thanks for your steady and thoughtful leadership this year, and your clear communication and always keeping kids in the forefront of the discussion. So I just wanted to pass that on and agree with them.
Thank you, Sean. Great comments. Any other questions or comments from board members? Okay, seeing none at this time, we'll go on to the next agenda item, which,
Sorry, Joan, I was just like a moment too late.
oh, okay, Lauren, that's fine. Lauren,
So I guess I just wanted to briefly say I really liked that you mentioned, Greg, sort of looking at the evaluation process and thinking about, what type of evaluation will really give our teachers more critical feedback on how they can improve teaching and learning. It's a really important part of a teacher's job to figure out what they're doing well and what they can improve upon. And I know we've talked about before how it's sort of this continuous journey forward in improving. So just hearing that, you're looking at that process, as a teacher myself, I appreciated that. So I'm looking forward to the update come the spring. Thank you.
okay, are there any other questions or comments from board members? Okay, seeing none, we will go on to the next item on the agenda, which is the draft of the 2021-2022 student calendar.
Sure. At the September combined meeting, I did present a draft 2021-2022 student calendar. I did provide opportunities for calendar in terms of what it typically looks like. And I'll just also point out that, Juneteenth is a state holiday now. It does not fall on this particular calendar or next year's, I believe, but it is something, again, that we discussed late spring, early summer, that making sure that that was a holiday on the calendar. So if it's the will of the committee, we could continue to seek feedback. Typically, we vote the committees vote the calendar at this particular meeting, but again, nothing is typical this year.
So if committees would like to take a vote, it is the vote of the Northborough K-8 School Committee, Southborough School Committee, K-8, and the region. So I'll now turn it over to Chairman Keith LaBelle for Northborough.
Thank you, Mrs. Frank. I'll entertain a motion to adopt or to approve the 2021-2022 student calendar as presented.
So moved, Lauren.
Second, Erin.
Okay, we have a motion and a second to approve the calendar. Any discussion or comments? Hearing none, this will be a roll call vote. Mrs. Frank?
Keith,
Oh.
I'm sorry to interrupt. I put my hand up and I realize it's a Northborough vote.
Go ahead.
But I know it's probably important that we, have consensus on this. And I'm just curious if anyone, has a comment that might suggest, because this this is a little different time, that there could be additional information, let's say between now and the next meeting, that would that would potentially result in any kind of a change here? Or is this pretty much so likely to occur that we may as well vote it now? I'm just sort of trying to find out if anyone has, again, through you, Keith, okay, since it's your motion, and anyone has any, any comments that would suggest waiting, could have a positive benefit here.
Well, I think I can certainly speak to the first part, Mr. Challen. If I think I'd be certainly willing to, barring any objection from the Northborough committee, to cede the floor to other committees to get motions on the table and have discussion, because we're all linked with the calendar. We could come back to the vote in a moment. Are there any objections to that in the Northborough committee to hear discussion from the other committees?
No.
Okay. So Mrs. Frank, if that's okay with you, I would be glad to cede the floor for the moment and return to the vote after discussion by the other committees.
Okay, so I'll now give it to Chairman Roger Challen for Southborough K-8 School Committee.
So let me entertain a motion to approve the 2021-2022 student calendar as presented.
So moved by Katura.
A second, it's Jess.
Moved by Katura, seconded by Jess, and we'll leave it on the floor for the region.
Okay, for the region, do I have a motion to the same effect?
So moved. Paul Desmond.
So moved by Paul Desmond, second by,
Karen Harris.
thank you, Karen. And now we will open this up to the discussion. The chairs, Keith and Roger, will open up to discussion. And I have, if that's okay, Keith and Roger?
Yes, please.
Okay, so
Sure.
I have
Sure.
Kamali was first, Dan, and then Kelly.
Greg, do you have the calendar to put on the screen just so we could see while we're looking at it? So thank you.
It was also linked in the agenda for those who have
No,
that.
yeah, I
version.
know. I'm flipping back and forth, so I just thought it might be helpful for.
Okay, Kamali?
I guess that I think that there's going to be a lot of information that we gain in January as a result of, you know, multiple factors. So you have the result of like testing, new administration, whether or not we have the funding that's going to end at the end of December, whether or not you know, there's some new policies that are put in place by the state for medication and guidelines, health guidelines. And for those multiple reasons, I think that I'd be for waiting. I would lean towards waiting to review the calendar. And then another point around the only new holiday that was written in the notes that we received for today was around Juneteenth. And, you know, I think there should be a discussion about that, especially in all other circumstances, whatever state holidays there are, we have it. And that would be one that we should, if we're going to do that for everything else, maybe we should follow that as well. So.
Okay, thank you. Dan Kalenda?
Thank you, Joan. So, yeah, so I was looking at what all of the Massachusetts legal holidays are for 2021 on the Secretary of State Galvin's site. So, my question is, you know, do all of the schools have all of these Massachusetts legal holidays off for 2021? And I can go through all of them if you want, but Greg, you may know off the top of your head.
Yes, Dan, that is accurate.
Okay, thank you, Greg.
Thank you, Dan. Kelly?
Thank you. I have a question on October 29th. It's a Friday and it's listed as Professional Development Day. What is that for? And could it be moved to Monday, the 1st, after Halloween? And I speak for that for parents with little kids.
So that is a district professional development day. So it could be either a district-wide professional learning or school-based learning, depending on how we define it. Typically, we have it toward the end of October because that's when teachers have really created their routines and classrooms and are in a space to really take on new learning, kind of reflect on the past 8 weeks and think ahead to new learning and what the next, November, December months will bring. But it could, it could be another date if it's the will of the committee.
I was just curious if it was set around something, a specific thing or not.
No, it's just timing in terms of, working with principals, talking about cadence and when it makes sense to have that day to work with their faculty and staff.
Mm-hmm.
The primary reason.
Thank you.
Roger?
When the calendar was presented, I think that Greg mentioned that this is the customary time or meeting to vote the calendar. But I guess I'd like to understand, because I kind of opened this up, is there any real downside to holding it open at this point, for at least another couple months? Are people going to be impacted, with long range planning or things like that? Or, thinking about the points that Kamali made, the additional information that we may acquire. I'm back to thinking that if there isn't a strong reason other than this is when we usually do it, and there may be other strong reasons, which I'll ask about, then I don't see a downside to holding off. But are there strong reasons why this needs to be?
No, I mean, this is policy driven. So, there is a date within our policy. So we have plenty, if it's the will of the committee to continue to bring this back at another time. Typically, and again, nothing is typical this year. So if we look at this past year's calendar, it's changed numerous times. We've had many conversations around the calendaring because of the pandemic and changes, whether it's the 10 PD days. So typically we think about the calendar at this time of year to provide parents and families with enough advance notice so they can do their long-term planning. However, again, this is a very, very different environment. I'm not sure what type of long-term planning families are doing at this point in time.
Well, I know that we want to end up being consistent. And so I don't know what are in the minds of folks at this point. If it turns out that there's a feeling that it makes sense to wait, I'm guessing the easiest thing to do is just to withdraw the motions as opposed to vote against all the motions that are on the table. But just my thinking on it.
Okay, after Roger, I have Jessica Devine.
Thanks. Greg, can you talk a little bit about Juneteenth? What are other school districts doing about it? I know it kind of falls, because I know it's June 19th, right? And so it falls at a kind of tricky time with the school calendar. And you're muted.
So it falls outside of the school year. So it's Saturday, June 19th for this upcoming 2021. And then 21-22 calendar, it's in Sunday, June 19th. So again, if you look at the last day of school, it kind of falls outside the window. It does not mean that there will be educational opportunities to discuss this important date and the historical significance behind it.
So if we have, now again, with the way we have online learning now, we may not have snow days, but if we do have snow days in some way and we're in school, will it be an observed day off?
Yeah, correct.
It will be.
Yep.
Like if we have like a few snow days and we're in school until June 21st,
correct.
We'll have off that Monday.
Correct. It is one of the state holidays that we would observe.
Okay. Thank you. Sorry if that was said and I missed it.
Next I have is Paul Desmond.
Thanks, Joan. Yeah, Greg, as you just said, I mean, if the main reason that we usually approve the calendar around now is for long-term planning, I don't think anyone's doing any long-term planning right now, so that seems to me to go out the window. And I think Kelly's idea warrants serious consideration because, of moving that professional development day to November 1st for a couple of reasons. I mean, most having to do with the younger kids that, I know they, in the younger grades, they usually have Halloween parades and stuff like that, which would be a little bit better on the day closest to Halloween, I would think. And like she said, if they're going to be up late Halloween, nice to have the next day off. So if there's no compelling reason to leave it on the 29th, I'd be for moving it. And I'm also okay with waiting on this and, maybe making those kind of changes or making putting out, in the past, we've had out 2 different calendars and people can vote on which one they like better, something like that, unless everyone's on board with that change I just talked about. But yeah, so in terms of the simplest way to do this, I mean, I'd be happy to withdraw my motion if that's the way things look like they're going here.
Okay, thanks, Paul. I have Couture Martin, then Kamali.
Okay, thank you, Joan. So I was just going to say maybe a little bit the opposite of what Paul just said. I think that in my mind, and I can go either way. I don't feel super strongly about this. So if everybody really thinks we should put it off, I can go along with that too. But I do feel like there's some benefit to having a framework to work with for next year. And while people may not be making travel plans for August right now, they, I mean, I'm hopeful that it will hopefully be in some sort of regular learning model by next year. And so people will be making plans, I think, probably fairly soon. I don't know what might, and I'm not going to pretend that I can imagine every possibility, but I don't know what might change of that would be of such magnitude that we couldn't just amend the calendar if we needed to. Like, for example, this year where there were extra professional development days at the beginning and we, made an amendment. But I think to vote something in, that's our standard calendar. I don't see any issues with it. I don't see what on here is really going to change massively. And so just to have something in place that we can work with, that people can start thinking about, and then if we need to make changes to it, we can. I lean in that direction personally. Just wanted to say that.
Thank you, Couture. Kamali?
I just want to say around the October 29th versus November 1st move. I don't have any, I don't know, is there any kind of supporting information from the teaching staff that could help us decide on what the implications are in terms of like Mondays are used for, these, very important things. Therefore, having the PD day on a Monday is ill-advised versus having the PD day on the Friday. I think that would help me there, and not just making the decision based on the people that observe Halloween or don't observe Halloween. And if we do choose to approve kind of a baseline calendar for this year, I would like it to have an asterisk on June 19th to just say that this is a newly observed date, and whether it falls within the school year or not is dependent on how long the year it continues to.
Joan, I know I'm not first in line. Would you mind if I made a very quick comment?
You'd have to ask Keith because he was next.
Oh, I'm sorry, Keith.
Go ahead, Roger.
So I suppose one of the things we could do is vote this in, but there are obviously, I didn't want to create a tremendous time sink here, and I'm already looking at the clock and thinking about the regional meeting. If we vote this in, but put this on the agenda for the next meeting, so that if a couple of these turn out to be more important than we think they are, and they don't have to be necessarily decided tonight, and we could go ahead and amend this at the next meeting in those 1 or 2 spots that may be required. That might be I guess my thinking is now back to that might be the best way to go. Couture has convinced me.
Okay.
Keith? LaBelle?
Yes, thank you. My thinking is really aligned with Coutura's, in that I don't think the crystal ball is going to be much better in a month. But that said, what Roger just mentioned with voting it and then perhaps amending it in January sounds a bit messy as well, just because people start planning around these things. So I'm not opposed to waiting. I think March is much too late. But if we can look at this perhaps in a month, I think that that would be workable. So I could go either way on that.
My feeling, and I was waiting to hear from everybody else, is I'm with Couture. I would like to see this to be voted in and then could be amended. I like the two amendments that were proposed tonight, and maybe Greg has to speak with his staff, is to take Kelly's idea of the professional day on the 29th and move it to November 1st. And I also loved Kamali's idea about putting it on the June 10th, can't even talk now, June 10th day, but listed, even though it's on a Saturday for this year, still listed so that other school committees will know that when that falls on the Monday or the following Tuesday in 2 years, that that is a holiday that we recognize. And I think it needs the notation there, even though it is on a Saturday. So it's up to the committee now. I see, Couture, do you have another comment? I see your hand raised. Okay. So we have the makers of the motion. So I can only do for the region. Keith, do you want to see? Or Greg, what is your feeling after you heard from the school committee members?
So I don't think there's any real sound, rational reason why the 29th could not be as effective on Monday, November 1st. So I think it's still in that time window where I think principal said the cadence would work. I would just share that there tends to be more Monday holidays than not, as you look at the calendar in its entirety. And that's the only other consideration. So honestly, I don't think the 29th, whether it's a Friday or Monday, is going to significantly impact the professional learning that would happen on either Friday or Monday.
And what about the notation?
I think it's an excellent idea. I think having that notation of Juneteenth is important.
Okay, thank you. So the chairs, how would we like to proceed?
Well, at the moment, we have, the motion was as the calendar had been presented. So,
Mr. LaBelle, I can amend my motion. Mr. LaBelle, I would like to amend my motion to approve the draft 2021-2022 school calendar as presented with two amendments to move the professional day from Friday, October 29th to Monday, November 1st, and to also notate Juneteenth on our calendar as well.
thank you. Do we have a second?
Second, Erin.
Thank you.
So again, through Keith, since I think we're going to try to get all these consistent, reason I put my hand up and I'll lower it now is because that was also my thinking, but I didn't make the motion. So I will entertain a motion from Southborough to be the same motion. I will entertain an amendment from Southborough to be the same as the amendment proposed by Northborough.
So I think I was the one who made the original motion, so I will move to make the same amendment as what was just articulated by Northborough.
Do you mind if we just vote to see if the amendment is accepted?
I think we're voting for the calendar with those two amendments. That's what the motion is.
I hate to say it, but point of order, I don't know if we can do that. I mean, if the motion was already on the floor, don't we have to make another motion to amend it?
Well, that was just made, right? That was just made by Northborough, and it was also made by Southborough, but not seconded yet.
Okay, I guess I'm saying I think they're separate votes, unfortunately.
Well, they are separate votes.
Separate votes.
But you're trying to get the amendments on the floor for all the committees, so the amendments can then be voted, and then the motions, right after that.
Okay.
Correct.
Second for Southborough, Kamali.
Okay, for the region, Paul Desmond made the motion, Karen Ayers made the second. So
And then I'll make the same amendment as Northborough and Southborough made.
thank you, Paul. Karen?
Yes, I will second.
Okay. So any discussion on the amendments? Okay, seeing none, I'll give it over to Chairman Keith LaBelle for the vote.
Thank
On
you. So for Northborough School Committee, is there any further discussion regarding the amended motion, which is regarding the motion to adopt the amended calendar as discussed today? Hearing none, I'll take a roll call vote, please. Mrs. Frank,
Yes.
Mrs. Bailey Jones,
Yes.
Mrs. Gannett,
Yes.
Mrs. Tagliaferri,
Yes.
and myself, Keith LaBelle, yes. Motion passes.
Do you want to run through the amendments by each committee?
Yes.
Okay, so we have an amendment on the floor from Katura, and I believe it was seconded by Kamali. Am I correct?
Yes.
Any discussion? Roll call vote. Katura,
Yes.
Kamali,
Yes.
Jessica,
Yes.
and I vote yes. So that amendment passes unanimously.
Okay, for the region, we have the amendment made by Paul Desmond, seconded by Karen Ayers. Roll call vote. Karen Ayers?
Yes.
Chris Covino?
Yes.
Paul Desmond?
Yes.
Kathleen Highland?
Yes.
Dan Kalenda?
Yes.
Sean O'Shea?
Yes.
Kathleen Pelechko?
Yes.
And I am a yes. Okay, so now we have voted on the amendments. Now do we go back to vote,
Yes.
Yes.
go back and vote for the original motion with the amendments?
Correct.
Okay.
Correct. So
So
back to Yep.
Now I was
Thank
going to give it over to you, Chairman LaBelle.
Thank you. Yeah, so having adopted the amendment, I will entertain any final comments on the original motion to adopt the calendar now as amended. Any discussion? Hearing none, a roll call vote, please. Mrs. Frank,
Yes.
Mrs. Bailey Jones,
Yes.
Mrs. Gannett,
Yes.
Mrs. Tagliaferri,
Yes.
and myself, Keith LaBelle, yes. Motion passes unanimously.
So for Southborough, the amended motion is now on the floor. The initial motion was by Katura. Was that actually seconded by Jess or Kamali, the initial motion? Kamali, I'm sorry. Okay, so the amended motion is on the floor from Katura, seconded by Kamali. Is there any discussion? Hearing none, roll call vote. Katura,
Yes.
Kamali,
Yes.
Jessica,
Yes.
and I vote yes. So the original motion, amended motion passes unanimously.
For the region, I have the amended motion made by Paul Desmond, seconded by Karen Ayers. Roll call vote. Karen Ayers?
Yes.
Chris Covino?
Yes.
Paul Desmond?
Yes.
Kathleen Highland?
Yes.
Dan Kalenda?
Yes.
Sean O'Shea?
Yes.
Kathleen Pelechko?
Yes.
And myself, yes, and it passes unanimous. Okay, thank you, Bud. Thank you for the great discussion and the amendments that we made onto this. The next item that we have on our agenda is the last one. We have a notation on our agenda that the next special joint meeting, and maybe we'd have to change it to a combined meeting, we have set for January 27th, 2021 for legal counsel interviews. And at that meeting, the union chair, Couture Martin, will be the chair at that time for that meeting. And seeing that there is no other business coming before us, Mr. Martin, is there anything else before we have a motion to adjourn?
No new items at this time.
And let me ask you a question. Can the region just go into recess, or do we have to adjourn and then go back into open session?
It's a different link, so we actually have to adjourn.
Okay, thank you. Okay, so at this time, I will turn it over to Chairman Keith LaBelle.
Joan?
Go ahead, Kelly.
Yeah, no, sorry, I just had a question. So is that in January, are we saying that it's going to be combined for everybody and it's to all the things, or was it just like chair people who go to that for the legal counsel interviews?
No, it was going to be joint, which would be the Northborough K-8, Southborough K-8, and Region. Those would be the only committees voting for the legal counsel interview. So we were just going to have it for that meeting. But Couture meeting with Greg and myself, we may have to change it. I'm just, from what I've heard tonight, we may have to change that from a joint to a combined and invite the union members into it. The union committee.
Okay.
When it's a joint meeting, it's just Northborough, K-8, Southborough, K-8, and Region. And then if there's also a union matter, which is the superintendent's evaluation, then it becomes a combined meeting. We have all four of us, all four committees.
Got it. So it's just technical in the terms. I mean, it's all the same people, right?
It is, yeah. In long term, yes, it is, because who's ever on K-8 in Northborough, Southborough will be a union member. It's just what they vote for.
Okay.
Okay.
Jess, and if I might, through the chair, Joan, yes, it's all members, not just the chairs.
Right, right. Okay.
Okay.
So everybody keep that date marked on your calendars for January 27th, 2021. Okay. Okay, this time I'd like to turn it over to Northborough K-8. Chairman LaBelle?
Yes, I'll entertain a motion to adjourn.
So moved. Lauren?
Second, Aaron.
We have a motion and a second to adjourn for the Northborough School Committee. Any discussion? Hearing none, roll call, please. Mrs. Frank?
Yes.
Mrs. Bailey Jones?
Yes.
Mrs. Gannett?
Yes.
Mrs. Tagliaferri?
Yes.
And myself, Keith LaBelle, yes. Motion passes and we are adjourned.
For Southborough, I would entertain a motion to adjourn the Southborough School Committee.
So moved by Kamali.
Moved by Kamali,
I'll second that by Katura.
seconded by Katura. Roll call vote. Katura,
Yes.
Jess,
Yes.
Kamali,
Yes.
I vote yes. We are adjourned at 7:40 PM.
And for the region, I entertain a motion to adjourn at 7:40 PM.
So moved. Paul Desmond.
Motion made by Paul Desmond, a second.
Second, Sean.
Karen Ayers,
Yes.
Chris Covino,
Yes.
Paul Desmond,
Yes.
Kathleen Highland,
Yes.
Dan Kalinda,
Yes, ma'am.
thank you. Shauna Shea,
Yes.
Kathleen Pelechko,
Yes.
and myself. Yes, it passes unanimous. Thank you, thank you, everybody. See the region members at the next meeting.
Wait, does union have to adjourn?
Oh, I'm sorry, Couture.
Yeah. Okay.
Now I will pass it over to Couture. Thank you. Chairman Couture Martin for the union.
That's okay. So I'll entertain a motion from the union for adjournment.
So move.
Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you. Any discussion? We'll do a roll call vote. Keith LaBelle? Keith? You may have signed off. Joan?
Yes.
Kelly?
Yes.
Roger?
Yes.
Jessica?
Yes.
And it's a yes from me. So we are adjourned at 7:42.
Thank you.
Thank you. Have a good
All
evening.
right.
Thanks.
Good night,
Thank you,
everybody.
everyone. Good night.
Bye. Happy holidays.
Happy holidays, everybody.
You too.
possible. Specific information and general guidelines for remote participation by members of the public and/or parties with a right and/or requirement to attend this meeting can be found on the district website at the posted URL. For this meeting, members of the public who wish to listen or watch the meeting may do so in the following manner. NCAT Educational Channel, Verizon Channel 29 / Charter Channel 194, or SAM Government Channel, Verizon Channel 37 / Charter Channel 192. No in-person attendance of members of the public will be permitted, but every effort will be made to ensure that the public can adequately access the proceedings in real time via technology means. In the event that we're unable to do so, despite best efforts, we will post on the district's website an audio or video recording, transcript, or other comprehensive recording of proceedings as soon as possible after the meeting. And there is on the posting, there was a URL to register in advance for this webinar. Going on to our agenda, the first item that we have is action on the open minutes of November 18th, 2020. Do I have a motion to accept?
So moved. Chris.
Thank you, Chris. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Karen?
Karen.
Karen Ayers. Okay, any discussion? Seeing none, this is a roll call vote to accept the minutes. Karen Ayers?
Yes.
Chris Covino?
Yes.
Paul Desmond?
Yes.
Kathleen Highland?
Yes.
Dan Kalenda?
Yes.
Sean O'Shea?
Yes.
Kathleen Palechko?
Yes.
And myself. And just for the person or who will be taking minutes, we just have two members that were absent, Paul Bucka and Kathy Key. The next item we have is educational policy. And the first one is a request by staff member for her child to attend Algonquin Regional High School. Mr. Martineau?
Sure. So we received a staff member request from Nicole, the member who works in the Algonquin Regional High School Language Department, is requesting that her daughter be permitted to attend Regional High School, Algonquin Regional High School, for the 21-22 academic year. And again, we have policy J170, which again allows for the committee to consider the attendance of faculty members' children at Algonquin Regional High School. The student is in good standing at her current school. There are no disciplinary issues and is in good academic standing.
Is there a motion to accept the staff member's child to attend Algonquin Regional High School, or just any questions?
I'll move.
Sean?
I'll move to accept.
Okay.
I'll second it. Kathleen?
Okay, thank you. Any other discussion or questions? Greg, what, you might have mentioned it, I might have missed it. What level of high school would this be?
She would be an incoming freshman.
Okay, and that would be beginning this year, correct?
Next, 21-22 academic year. So next year, this
year.
upcoming fall.
Okay. All right. Seeing that there aren't any other questions or comments, it will be a roll call vote. Karen Ayers?
Yes.
Chris Covino?
Yes.
Paul Desmond?
Yes.
Kathleen Highland?
Yes.
Dan Kalenda?
Yes.
Sean O'Shea?
Yes.
Kathleen Palechko?
Yes.
And myself, yes, it passes unanimous. The next item we have under educational policy is cancellation of field trip to the inauguration. Mr. Martineau?
Sure. So I think a little over a year ago, there was a proposal for a field trip for a group of students to attend the inauguration in January, and that was being led by, I believe, Gina Johnston, and that field trip has been canceled, and I just wanted to inform the committee of that cancellation.
Okay. Thank you for that update. And it's a shame that that was canceled, but I know who I was just hearing today from President-elect Biden's staff that they were going to try to do some virtual presentations or something of that inauguration. So maybe that's something that they'll be able to partake in. So, okay, thank you. Going on to the next is new business, is COVID-19 update. Mr. Martineau?
So just a quick update for the committee, but as well as the community. So the first is we've been successfully providing opportunities for our faculty and staff to have COVID-19 screening. The goal was to test faculty and staff in between the Thanksgiving break and the December break. So our third screening that will take place will be this Friday. And also the prevalence of the virus with our faculty and staff has been extremely low, which is great news. We also will be providing an opportunity for our high school students to participate in screening if families choose to participate. The screenings will take place on Monday and Tuesday, Monday the 21st and Tuesday the 22nd. And we really encourage families to sign up and participate in the screening opportunity. They'll provide us as a district with great data around the prevalence of the virus. And it also will allow us to kind of implement a testing proof of concept to see if it's feasible to continue with testing in the months to come. The one thing that I am asking the committee for consideration on is when we return from our December break on January 4th, that day is a remote day. I'm requesting that Algonquin Regional High School remain remote on January 5th, which is Tuesday, and Wednesday, January 6th, with a purpose of being able to do a COVID-19 screening for those families and students who wish to participate in the screening process. Hybrid learning would continue on Thursday, the 7th of that week. And it would allow us to screen individuals to get a sense of the prevalence of the virus, and any student who tested positive for COVID-19 would allow us to isolate those students prior to them entering the building. So that's our thinking. So, and that's a quick update. And I'm not sure if Mary Ellen is on the call, if you want to add any details that I may have missed, Mary Ellen.
I think you did a great job.
Greg, do you need a vote by the committee to vote in those remote days, January 5th and the 6th?
Technically, I do not need a vote, but again, I think it's good practice to bring it before the committee and get the committee's stamp of approval.
Okay, so what you're looking for is January 5th, January 6th for Algonquin High School students would be remote days, and then January 7th and the 8th would be return to the hybrid.
That is accurate.
Okay. Is there a motion from the committee to accept?
I'll move to accept.
Thank you, Kathleen. Is there a second?
I'll second it.
Thank
Kathleen.
you, Kathleen Allen, thank you. Any discussion? Seeing none, this will be a roll call vote. Oh, Shauna Shea, I see your hand raised.
It's a different topic, but it's about testing. So let's finish this up and I'll ask my question.
Okay, thank you. I'll take right after the vote. Karen Ayers?
Yes.
Paul Bucca? Oh, I'm sorry, he's absent. Chris Covino?
Yes.
Paul Desmond?
Yes.
Kathleen Highland?
Yes.
Dan Kalenda?
Yes.
Shauna Shea?
Yes.
Kathleen Pelechko?
Yes.
Joan Frank is, and it's yes, it's a unanimous vote. Thank you very much. And Shauna Shea, you have a question about the COVID?
Yes. I believe earlier, well, who knows whether it was August or September, but I believe we'd set some money aside, or the thought was to have some money aside in the sports department for winter testing of athletes. And I'm wondering if that's going to be separate or just folded into this protocol that's going on with the general student body.
So we do not have money set aside for testing student athletes part of the money we're utilizing to conduct this screening or testing is through the CARES Act. And that money sunsets at the end of December. And we're looking at alternative funding sources, but student athletes would be woven into the testing that we would offer the student body.
Maybe I'm not recalling it correctly, but I thought we had set aside $50,000 in one of the athletic lines for testing of the winter and possibly the football, that extra season. Am I not recalling that correctly?
I don't remember that, Sean. But
I think it's a great idea.
I think we can encourage the athletes to do it. I'm not sure how many have, signed up for this, but with sports just starting, with the winter sports season just starting, the first winter sports season, I think it's a great idea if we can encourage all of the athletes as well as all the students to take part in it.
It might have been that like epic marathon night. I don't know. I thought it was in context of us adjusting the sports fees and not zeroing out that line item and keeping money in there for testing. But I guess I'm misremembering that.
Well, Sean, we can go back and check through the minutes and check that out. So
I think it would be, if that money's there, I think it would be great to pull that back out and use it just because it's a different than the fall sports. It's indoors, it's closer contact, and then going into that mid-season, whatever they call it, the third season and the fourth season with football. I think it would be a great idea if that money is still there and available.
okay, I'll get back to you on that. Okay, I'll check the minutes.
Just to add on to that, we did add the coaches we are allowing all the coaches to be tested with our staff.
Oh, that's great. That's great. What is the participation? Do you have that percentage of coaches that will do it?
All of them, a lot of them work for the district already, but a lot that don't did take part in the testing last week, and a lot more have emailed me this week. So
perfect. Great. Okay. Greg, before we go on to the guidance department presentation, is there anything else from the directors on COVID?
No, those are the key updates at this point in time. And then just a note of the conversation that we had at our combined meeting of updating the quarantining and travel guidelines to align with the CDC and DPH, and that will be communicated to families either tomorrow or Friday.
Okay. Any other questions or comments from board members before we go on to the next agenda item? Okay. And Sean, did you have another question, or is that just left over? The hand raised.
Just left over, sorry.
Okay, thank you. All right, next on our agenda is guidance department presentation. We have Lisa Connery, Director of Guidance. Mr. Martineau.
Sure, I'd love to introduce Lisa Connery, who is a familiar face, Director of Guidance, and I think our guidance department has done an outstanding job guiding in a pandemic. I think it's made everyone rethink how they support students, and especially our guidance department, and they've done an outstanding job. And this evening, they're here to share their successes and their work and answer any questions that the committee members might have. And Principal Bevan, I'll turn it over to you if you want to do any introductions.
Yeah, we have a wonderful guidance department, and joining us tonight, we have, in addition to Lisa Connery, who's done a really wonderful job leading the department and in the face of real challenges. We also have Becca Haberman, who's joining us, and Kate Mulcahy. And so I'm going to just let them take it away from here. Oh, Lisa, we can't hear you. I'm still having trouble hearing you, Lisa. Now I can, yeah.
Okay. I was going to say I tested my sound prior to joining this meeting. We all tested our sound, so I'm glad you can hear me. Are you going to share our slides, Sean?
Oh, you know what? I think we can share you to Stephanie. Can you give Lisa sharing privileges to?
Yeah, Lisa has sharing privileges.
Okay.
Okay. I apologize. I did not pull the PowerPoint up on.
Okay, I will.
We're sharing the slide deck. I apologize, Sean.
It's my mistake. I think, Lisa. I apologize.
So Sean, I just made you a co-host. So if you have the slide deck,
I will pull it up.
So anyways, thank you for having us tonight. It's always nice when we have an opportunity to share the work that's being done through the school counseling program. We appreciate the tremendous support shown for our work by the committee and the administration. So thank you very much for your continued support. I appreciate Becca and Kate joining me tonight to share how we've adjusted our work with students and families during the pandemic. I also wanted to take a moment to acknowledge the other counselors from our department who are in the audience tonight in support of our presentation. The work that the counselors do is invaluable in supporting our students' overall high school experience. So thank you to all of you for your continued work and support that you provide to our students and families. Your work is greatly appreciated. So this evening, we're going to be discussing the college admissions process and social emotional supports during the pandemic, as well as a few department highlights.
I'm almost there with you. Just give me about 10 more seconds. I apologize.
That's all right. If we've learned anything through this pandemic, it's patience, right?
Okay, so
and
I think
adjusting with.
Okay, I think we are okay here.
All right, so we'll go to the next screen. So as a department, we were very fortunate when the closure happened that we were already fully immersed in the college search process with students and parents, which really helped in the transition to remote learning. As a department, we began outlining the steps of the search process in January of junior year. We do this in order to provide families with ample time to engage in identifying potential colleges for their student. So prior to the shift to remote learning in March, juniors had already participated in 2 college admissions seminars, as well as admissions panel presentation. Counselors were engaged in individual meetings and the development of potential college lists for our students to research and visit. As a department, throughout the spring, we were actively communicating and working with our families, our students. We were sharing resources with students and parents on virtual exploration of colleges through virtual tours and information sessions, as well as larger virtual fair opportunities through like NACAC. We shared with students and parents resources to help guide them in accessing information on individual schools and how to optimize virtual fair experiences. This fall, we hosted 151 virtual admissions visits. They were open to our students only, which afforded them an excellent opportunity to meet with admissions representatives that are assigned to our high school and read the applications of our students. So we offered these visits on remote Mondays and after school. We set the visit schedule to help ensure visits didn't conflict with in-person learning and afforded all students the same opportunity to participate in the visits. Students were able to sign up for visits through Naviance. This year we found the number of colleges that were able to visit with our students increased significantly because admissions counselors were not physically traveling between schools. So the virtual visits really optimized the admissions counselors' time, and that ultimately ended up benefiting our students. So I'm anticipating that virtual visits will likely continue to be a part of the admissions process in the future for this very reason, but we were very pleased at the number of schools that our students were able to make contact with and have conversations and gather more information. So while the opportunities for students to physically visit schools were limited, students were provided with a variety of other opportunities to engage in the exploration process. We worked hard to communicate these opportunities to our families, and we do that through Naviance, which is an incredibly useful communication tool. that has proven to be even more invaluable throughout the pandemic as we guide our families in post-secondary planning. So in addition to college exploration opportunities, our families were also provided information on the financial aid process. So through the Massachusetts Education Finance Authority, also known as MEFA, our families were provided with virtual presentations on financial aid. Typically, we host an in-person MEFA financial aid presentation, but due to the COVID-19 restrictions, all of the presentations were held virtually. So the upside to the virtual presentations was that it offered our families more flexibility in the time and date they could participate in a presentation, which was really beneficial. So that our families were provided with all of the information that they needed in order to successfully complete the financial aid process. Our scholarship program also continues to remain robust. You know, we utilize Naviance as a tool to complete the scholarship process. We're able to provide students with electronic applications along with instructions on how to complete the scholarship process. Students and parents are able to access all of this information about scholarships anytime, anywhere, which is helpful given the busy lives of our students. In the spring, students were able to complete the scholarship process electronically. So even though we were remote, our students were still able to access all of this information, complete their applications, and submit their applications electronically to the Career Resource Center. So despite the challenging times, we were still able to award over $70,000 in scholarships last year to our seniors. You know, unfortunately, due to the pandemic, we were unable to host our annual senior scholarship night. However, we did, you know, create a video presentation where we had, you know, a PowerPoint with the senior pictures on it. We read a short paragraph about the awards, announced the students, posted their picture up on the screen in the auditorium. So we were able to acknowledge student achievements, and we're crossing our fingers that maybe we'll be able to hold a live Senior Scholastic Awards ceremony in May. We'll see, hopefully, because it's just not the same when you're in the auditorium, just a couple of us reading student names. It's so much nicer when we can have the students in front of us and shake their hand, see the smiles on their faces as well as their parents. But the good news is that despite the challenges, we were still able to, you know, continue with the scholarship process, and we'll begin that process in January for our senior class. So despite all of the many challenges, we have still been able to support our students throughout the college admissions process with as many resources as we can possibly provide to them. Of course, it never replaces them being able to physically visit a campus, but we certainly have provided them with the information they need and to be able to access what is available to them. You know, another important part of the admissions process is, of course, standardized testing. So I'm going to let Becca Haberman speak about the opportunities that we've provided to our students throughout the fall to access standardized testing. Are you there?
Okay, so if any of you have been parents, like I know Kathleen, before and seen me talk in a when we're in the auditorium, I will always say that standardized testing, they are the evil empires. They spend a lot of money on getting kids to spend a lot of money for testing. That being said, when everything shut down in the spring, they were able, College Board, who's in charge of the AP exams, were able to actually get it online. So our kids were actually able to take AP exams online. So that was the good thing. In the spring, though, because of COVID, we all pretty much across the board, all spring exams were canceled for at least the East Coast. But in the fall, when we started to look at a way how we could do this safely to let our kids test, for the first time ever since I've been at Algonquin, which has been over 20 years, we did one day in September where it was school-based during the day for any senior. It was open to all seniors. So all seniors had a chance. They didn't have to come in on a Saturday. They didn't have to miss a sports game or anything. So we had a lot of seniors in, and everybody got a chance to take it. We did offer the SAT and the SAT subject tests in October, and we were also able to offer the ACT in October. We did also offer the PSAT exam for juniors only in October. I know in the past a lot of sophomores have taken it, but because of the numbers with the junior class, we wanted them to have a chance to get an idea of what standardized testing is all about. So we had it for our juniors. The sophomores next year will be able to take it as juniors. The majority of the colleges right now, 2/3 of them across the country, are test optional for the class of 2021. A lot of those schools that are also now test optional for this current senior class have a test optional policy that's going for a couple of years because they really want to see what it does by not looking at standardized tests. There's also quite a few schools that have actually gone test blind. The difference between test blind and test optional is test optional, a student can decide to send their score if it's good and not send it if they don't want to. Test blind, a lot of schools, and in particular, all the UC, University of California school systems, including California Institute of Technology, are all going to be test blind for the next 3 or 4 years. And that means that they will be not looking at testing at all. So my hope is that the one good thing coming out of COVID is that maybe colleges will really stop looking at one test to determine whether or not a student's a fit, and really, again, look at the most important things, which are, we know their transcript, who they are as a person, all the other things they bring to the table. So the test optional site, Fair Test, has a wonderful list going, and as we're working with our juniors in January, we will be letting them know them. They have enough pressure in their lives without having to worry about standardized testing. And Lisa, I forget what's next, so college application.
So I'll just quickly go over kind of how we maneuvered the college application process with the COVID. So in the spring, the guidance counselors held junior college workshops in late January and the second one in early February, just as we do every year. In these workshops, we utilize Naviance to show students how to perform college searches based on their preferences like size, location, major. We showed students how they're able to use the data on Naviance to compare themselves to past Algonquin students who have applied to the schools that they might be interested in, so they can have a better idea if the school is more of a match, a reach, a safety. We also held a junior parent workshop in late January where we presented both workshops to the parents so they received the same information that their students had. And then we later uploaded that presentation to our website for any parent that may have missed the presentation. We then also hosted a panel made up of admissions counselors from Framingham State, Northeastern, and Syracuse at the beginning of March, so 1 week before we shut down. So we just squeezed that right in there. The counselors answered questions based on their experience in admissions and gave the students advice and tips for the admission process. At the end, it was opened up to the students to ask the counselors any questions that they might have. Also, every year, counselors meet with juniors to go over their specific post-secondary plan, and 2020 was no different. If the student is college-bound, we go through a college search with them to learn what they're looking for in a school, build a potential list with them that consists of safety, match, and reach schools, and we talk about a testing plan, which obviously didn't go according to plan this year. And for non-college bound students, we talk about what their plan will involve, whether it's a voc school, gap year programs, employment opportunities, or whatever it might be. We also talk with our students about their potential senior year course load. And these meetings with the juniors were held in person until schools were closed. Then we moved to virtual appointments. So we reached out to students we weren't able to connect with yet in person. And each counselor also created a sign-up genius for individual meetings that allowed for students to sign up for a time to meet that worked with their school schedule, whether it was their first meeting with us or their fifth. The third workshop that we typically hold was broken up into several emails that were sent out every week towards the end of the school year. We decided to go with weekly emails so students weren't overwhelmed with all the information we were sending out. We attached videos or handouts to go along with our emails that help guide them on whatever topic we were discussing that week, whether it was from touring colleges virtually, which is kind of new to all of us, to writing the essay, and to asking a teacher for a letter of recommendation. With every workshop that we present, we always have a workbook or various handouts to go along with the presentation, whether it's a hard copy when we're in person or emailed if we're remote. Then this fall, our traditional senior workshops that were held, typically held in the classroom, were presented online. We were still able to do what our typical presentation consists of, despite being virtual. So we could still show the students how to use Naviance to request transcripts and letters of rec, and show them how to complete different parts of the Common App. We also held a webinar for the parents where we went through all the same information that we went through with the students. Similar to this, what we did in the spring, the workbooks that we created were emailed home to students and parents, so they were able to follow along and refer back to these workbooks to follow the step-by-step instructions that we gave students that were in, that was what we reviewed in the workshops. Counselors held individual meetings and are still holding individual meetings with all of our seniors to go through each student's plan and their college list or various post-secondary plans. We want to make sure every student has a well-balanced college list if that's what their path is, and that they're on track for meeting any deadlines. We go through their Naviance accounts to make sure everything's completed on time, and we often proofread their Common App to make sure all their information is correct and complete. We continue to have these individual meetings with the seniors as the application season is kind of starting to wind down, and they're making any last-minute adjustments to their college list or their overall secondary plan, post-secondary plans. We utilize Naviance to submit students' transcripts and letters of rec to colleges. So after a student requests their transcript on Naviance, we're able to go right in and send everything along electronically. And just like any other year, we've had many students apply early action and early decision. Students are beginning to hear back the decisions from some of their schools. And while we love to celebrate all of the good news, just a few that we have recently been celebrating in the office are acceptances to Colgate, Connecticut College, BC, BU, Washington University in St. Louis, Northeastern, Hamilton, Caltech, Michigan State, Clemson, University of Nebraska, UMass Amherst, of course, Merrimack. Just kidding. So we could go on forever, but those are just some of the more recent celebrations we've had.
Thanks, Kate. I think that's really great news because it just shows that despite all of the challenges, the college admissions process continues forward, right? And our students are being provided with a lot of wonderful opportunities. I think the nature of our work being very individual at this point in time with the college process, it's very easy for us to continue that work remotely. You know, we're doing all of our appointments, we're doing on remote days because we feel it's important that the students are in class and in person for learning. So all of our work is being done remotely with students, and it's really easy to be able to screen share with the students. So they're able to pull up their Naviance account. We're able to see what they're working on and what they're doing. They're able to share essays with us. They're able to log right into their Common App account. We're able to walk through it, check it, make sure everything is squared away. So the process has continued to be pretty seamless for us in our work. And so many of our students, I don't know the exact percent, but it's between 60 and 70% of our students still applied early. I think the pandemic also allowed a lot of our students to have more time to be able to complete the process this summer because they didn't have anything else going on. So a lot of our students came back in the fall really ready and prepared to engage in the process. And they continue to be excited about the possibilities and the opportunities. And I think that's what's most important right now, is to realize that our kids are hopeful and they're excited and they're looking forward to these opportunities, even though life is a little bit different right now. So our kids are really having getting some great feedback and some great results, and we're excited for them.
So, you know, a lot of times people think as guidance is just college counselors. And I know that you as school committee members know that we do a lot more. And we see a lot of kids always for social emotional supports. This year with the pandemic beginning in the spring has obviously done a job on how we handle the social emotional supports. We're not having as many kids in our office unless it's a dire emergency, but we are still doing a lot of Zooming, a lot of meetings with kids and families and parents via Zoom. With the quarantine students now that we've got, the nurses have been great on updating us as to what kids are out, whether or not they can work remotely while they're out. So that's put a whole different spin for us on case management. Used to be, you know, I might have a couple kids out sick with the flu or concussion. Now it's like daily, certainly since Thanksgiving, a large list of students out. So we are the primary person who will, after we get it from the nurse, work with the family and the teachers on how these kids can stay up to date while they are home. So yeah, we each have our own little lists and trying to help. And I think the families have been really supportive of how much help that the teachers are giving the kids, and everybody's understanding that this is a new world right now. We also, we meet as a team with administration for student assistant team every week via Zoom. And this year we started a new list called Students Needing Assistance. So if teachers are noticing that a kid is absent from their class a lot or not doing their work, they will add that name to this list that we all check regularly. Plus, I have to say our teachers are always amazing. They will always email guidance if they're worried about somebody. And so then we can reach out to that student's other teachers, find out what's going on, and then work with the family, work with the student to help get them back into an academic mode. And that's, you know, we do the parent-student check-ins and meetings. We use Canvas, not as much as the kids or the teachers, but I use it quite a lot when a student is saying, yeah, you know, things are going fine. And I'll be like, but wait, why is it showing on Canvas that you've got a lot of missing assignments? So we can use Canvas with the kids and help them to really use Canvas as a way to organize themselves. Power School, we're all learning. We're trying to figure out how to figure out the attendance with Power School. Luckily, we have a wonderful attendance secretary who sends us a daily list of who's absent. Because it doesn't help when I go into Power School and delete a student's attendance record. Luckily, I've got people at the school who can make that come back, so that's a good thing. But we're doing a lot of virtual check-ins. The Access program, which is our program for kids who really are struggling emotionally, maybe due to illness, they've missed a lot of school. That program has hit the ground running because Mary Ellen Wolf, the tutor in that program, and Sarah McNulty, the adjustment counselor, are associated with that program. They are working tremendously with students who are trying to stay connected in a time where it's hard to be connected. They're also helping our students who are 4-day-a-week students, some of our higher special ed students who really need to come in 4 days a week, and maybe they can't go to a cohort B class when they're a cohort A because that class is full with people. They might use the Access program to help them in that particular period to do some work. We, as a team and with our school resource officer, if we're really, really concerned that a kid is not showing up, not zooming in, and we've called home and we get really worried, we will actually go out, and Detective Forth will go and do a well-being check on kids. And I think, Kate, I just did your whole bit, right? So I'll let you talk about interface.
So I'll take the last 2 bullet points. So often students need more support than what we can provide during the school day. So we will work with families to refer them to outside supports. We have a running list of supports in the area that we can provide to families when needed. And this year, we're lucky enough to be able to use the Interface Referral Service, which is a program through William James College. Northborough Youth and Family has collaborated with Interface, so we're able to refer any Algonquin student to this service. So Interface is a mental health and wellness referral helpline, and callers are matched with mental health providers from their database, and they're able to be connected within a short period of time. So guidance and adjustment counselors went through a training with Interface and Northborough Youth and Families to learn more about this program. And it's been a super helpful resource this year, as many mental health providers in the area are either at capacity and not accepting any more clients. And it's just been very difficult for students and families to get connected and find the help that they're looking for. So this has been just a wonderful resource for us. And we've heard pretty good feedback from families who have used this service as well. In terms of in-person support for emotional concerns, while we are doing a lot of our work remotely and certainly checking in with a lot of students virtually, we're still available for in-person support for emotional concerns. So if a student's having a difficult time when they're in the building, we will always meet with them in person to help provide support. I know sometimes the nurses bring the students down to our office after they kind of check in with them, since the students sometimes report to the nurse first, whether it's a panic attack or whatnot, or teachers send them down to our office. So certainly when there's any emotional concerns, we're still available for that in-person check-in. And then we tend to always follow up, virtually as well, just with some regular check-ins with some students too. So both in-person and virtual, we're there.
Thanks, Kate. I think it's important to mention our school adjustment counselors. We have a tremendous team of adjustment counselors, 4 of them, who provide a lot of emotional support for our students. And they're an incredible resource for us, and we're grateful for the work that they do. I have to say, to go back to the students needing assistance form, that was the brainchild of Sean. And, he created that, and it's been incredibly helpful. And every week he sends out a reminder to our teachers to make sure, hey, keep your eyes on on our kids. Let us know if they're struggling. We check that. And I must say that, it's been an incredible collaboration with the administration jumping in and reaching out to families and contacting students and checking in with us and our school adjustment counselors. And we're all working really hard to keep our eyes on our students to make sure not only are they, thriving academically, but that their emotional needs are being taken care of as well. And I think really what we're seeing is just the shift that emotionally, a lot of our kids are doing pretty well, and that, a lot of the, where most of the concern has happened is how they had to shift to remote learning, and, how they had to learn how to manage the time that they had now at home. And so a lot of students are adjusting to that and adapting to that, and we're seeing improvements, which is great news, right? It's more like college life. where they have fewer hours of in-person instruction, and then they have to take some more personal responsibility. You know, in addition to that, the guidance department we created a virtual check-in. And so we've sent out a Google form to our students, especially currently right now, our sophomores and our juniors. We've had more eyes on our seniors and freshmen at this time, just because the nature of the work, transitioning our freshmen into high school and guiding our seniors through the post-secondary planning process. But we created a virtual check-in just to see how our sophomores and our juniors were doing. And it was really great to get the feedback from them. And we asked them some fun questions about what they've been doing in quarantining, when they've been quarantining. And, you know, overall, we're getting some very positive feedback from the students, and we're finding that they are doing well, and they are adapting and adjusting, and they're incredibly resilient. So kudos to I think the entire student assistance team, not just guidance, but also school adjustment and the administration in our work to kind of make sure that our students are on track and that they're healthy. Okay. So thanks, Kate and Becca, for that update on social emotional supports. Just a couple quick little department highlights that we've been working on. So we made some adjustments, of course, because from a programming standpoint, some of the work that we had previously done with our freshmen was no longer viable given the COVID-19, restrictions and everything. So we've made some shifts, and we've been looking at more of, some of the social emotional learning. And so some of the things that we've been doing with the students is we've been focusing in our freshman seminars on growth mindset, because we feel that this is an important topic to cover with our students. So we've been working with students to help them understand the meaning of growth mindset and how individuals with a growth mindset believe that their talents can be developed through hard work, good strategies, and input from others, that they're not just born with it, but with good effort and strategies and a willingness to seek out help from others, that anybody can develop their talents. So with a growth mindset, you learn to embrace challenges, persist in the face of adversity, and see effort as a pathway to mastery. People with growth mindset are not afraid of failure, and they see failure as growth. They're open to feedback as part of the learning process. So we really want to help students understand how mindset impacts outcome. How they think about things really impacts what ultimately their outcome might be. So it's really about optimizing their individual potential through effort, strategies, and support. And we're also utilizing a growth mindset approach in our work with freshmen to help them identify changes that they might like to make, and how to improve their outcomes and setting goals to achieve the desired outcome. So we are focused on, growth mindset through hard work and effort and strategies, and helping them to set goals and persist through this. So if the pandemic has taught us anything, it's the importance of resiliency, persistence, grit, and adaptability, all of which really align with developing a growth mindset. So in our freshman seminars, that is what we're focusing on with our students, because we think that is definitely a soft skill that will pay huge dividends for them as they move through life. We continue to work on expanding our career exploration opportunities for our students. And one thing that we really have worked hard on is our annual career day. So prior to the pandemic, we were up to hosting over 80 community members from various career fields in classrooms. We would have an annual career day, and we would have between 80 and 90 presenters come in, and they would go to a specific departments, and we rotate departments each year. And they would be in a classroom, and they would present to the different students that were moving in and out of the classroom. And so this has been a great opportunity for our students, because presenters share their career pathway with the students. And students get to experience like 6 or 7 presentations each year. So, over the course of their 4 years at Algonquin, they might see like 25 presentations around career pathways, which is, I think, is a tremendous opportunity for our students, mainly because I think it's important for students to realize that there's really no clear pathway and that career exploration is a journey. Now, of course, if they have ideas about what it is they would like to do, then we're going to guide them towards the development of those skills and, of course, programs and majors that align with that. But it's just an understanding of it's a journey. And a lot of our presenters, when they come into the classroom, that is the message that they send to our students. So even though we had a pause on that with the pandemic, we're really looking forward to continuing this program and continuing to work with our community members to try to find internship opportunities and provide informational interviews for our students. So that continues to be a focus for us in regards to career exploration. And again, I think Becca and Kate already really touched upon, case management during the pandemic. That's been a tremendous, undertaking on the counselor's part, given the number of students who, are kind of coming in and out of the building. The amount of communication and collaboration around student attendance and schoolwork has just increased significantly. And so we're very fortunate to have such an amazing supportive group of teachers who are working hard alongside us to support the needs of all of our students. So we continue to kind of work hard to meet the needs of all of our students. And even though we're finding the need for case management has increased, again, we're finding that most of our students continue to fare well throughout the pandemic. So I think with just a matter of time here and some continued collaboration and hard work, I think we will see our students and our teachers, our faculty, our families through this pandemic and, ultimately, hopefully find some sense of normalcy again in our lives. So again, that's just a brief summary of some of the stuff that's going on in guidance. We appreciate the opportunity to share some of our work with you. I don't know if people have specific questions about the work in guidance that we can answer for you.
Thank you. I was muted there. I'd like to thank Kate, Becca, and Lisa for your overview and detailed report of the guidance department and showing all the different avenues of how you're reaching out to our students. I especially like the students needing assistant program. Is that the one that was brought in by Sean Bevan?
Yes, it was. Yes.
I think that's really great, especially doing the academic and the emotional, especially during this time, but I think anytime. Just, putting on the radar that you're seeing that maybe once a student is just faltering or just needs a little extra support, it's better to get that at the beginning stages until it becomes a larger problem. And just by passing around the names of the students that you're looking at is just a great asset, because so many times just one teacher may make a good connection with a student, and that's all you need. And you can work together in group meetings and that and just try to solve the problem. So hats off to you. We do have questions from board members, but my only question was, do you still identify freshmen to go with a counselor, and does that stay for all 4 years of their enrollment at Algonquin?
Yes, it does. So when students come in freshman year, they are assigned a guidance counselor and they stay with them all 4 years. Yes.
Okay, so I'm going to now open it up to questions, and we do have 6 members. So I'll take them in order which I received them. And the first one will be Sean O'Shea, Chris Covino, Kathleen Plutchko, Kathleen Highland, and Paul Desmond. So be ready, ladies. They're here. Sean O'Shea.
You're chuckling. You're like, oh my goodness, 6 people. Well, first, as a parent of a senior, I just want to thank you, you and the whole department. I know all the tremendous work that goes in starting years back to get students ready for the transition, as well as prepare us parents for the transition, and prepare us well. You do. So thank you for all that, and thank you for all the other support you're doing, in very different ways during this whole pandemic time. My question, and it can be brief, as you were addressed in great detail the school is doing for students who are going to college. I'm wondering about, right now, a lot of people are rethinking college or other pathways to, post high school. So I'm wondering what the school does to prepare students for different alternatives or to think differently.
So I think it just depends on the individual student. And, a lot of our seminars, of course, are developed around the majority. But anytime we're doing a presentation with the students, we're also talking about, whether it's vocational or work or gap year or military, whatever it might be, we're presenting that, and we design our seminars around the majority. And then we spend a lot of time working individually with students. So if we have a student who is interested in a gap year, then we will certainly direct them towards programming for that. If we have a student who's pursuing vocational opportunities, and certifications, then we will direct them towards those programs as well, whether it's at one of the community colleges or it might be at Assabet. They have a post-grad program. There's various opportunities where students can go and, get vocational training. And if they're looking for work experience, then we certainly will assist them with that as well as, develop a resume, help them with interviewing, if they need help filling out applications. It really is an individual process based on the student and, what they would like to pursue.
Yeah, and I liked hearing the pursuing of internships for students, because I think that's really impactful, because my older son did an internship thinking he wanted to go one way, and that turned him a whole different direction. So I think it gives, students a real good experience to gather a lot of those skills they can't in school too. So that was nice to hear. Thank you.
Yes.
Okay, Chris Covino.
Thank you very much, Joan. First of all, I'd just like to echo the sentiments that have been expressed by Joan and Sean. As the parent of a sophomore whose access to service is provided by the guidance office, I understand how valuable those services are now, especially with all that's going on related to COVID-19. And as a teacher myself, understanding the emotional needs of these students and relying, the teacher's reliance on guidance counselors to help really kind of round out the services that are needed by these students is really, you serve a very important role. And I think it's a role that gets minimized a little bit in some cases. And I think, those roles are certainly more apparent now, I think, than they've been in the past, at least more to the forefront. And so I just want to compliment you on your presentation and all you do for the students at Algonquin. I do have a question related to the PSAT administration from this past fall. I know that, and you mentioned that the juniors were able to take the PSATs this past fall. And it's my understanding that the College Board is going to be offering the PSAT again for an administration at some point this winter. And I was just wondering if there are any plans in place at all to allow students that were unable to take it this past fall to take it this upcoming winter.
So we do not have a plan to do that, to engage in PSAT testing. The opportunity is being provided in January, and with it being so close, coming off the holidays and everything, we opted to not offer standardized testing in January because we had offered it in the fall. So we had made the decision to not offer it in the January. Now, I don't know if there will be additional opportunities. We could certainly look into it, but kind of given the restrictions that we were under, we prioritized the juniors for this year, with the PSAT testing, simply because of the number of students that we would be bringing into the building to attempt to test them.
No,
so we will not be offering PSAT testing in January yet.
All right.
Cool.
All right. Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Appreciate your answer.
Kathleen Plutchko.
So I'll also echo, I've been at this long enough and my kids are old enough that I've seen I think a great transition of the guidance department from many, many years ago to where you are now. And I think just you're doing great things. And so my question is fairly simple, I hope. So this career day, how long has that been going on?
So we have been doing that for like 4 years. So we started out very small because we wanted to kind of get, a process in place. So we started with the math department, and then it went so well that the other departments were really excited about it. And they're like, we want to get on board. So then we added another department the second year. And so for the past couple of years, we've been rotating departments. So typically it's about 4 departments each year who invite the speakers into their classrooms, and we spend an entire day, and the teachers host the speakers for us, because it really does take the entire community to pull this event off. And by doing so, it offers a lot more opportunities to our students. So we recognized from a guidance perspective that we were not going to be able to provide the magnitude of experience that the students really would benefit from. So by engaging with the departments and getting buy-in from the different departments, it really allowed us to expand the opportunity. The teachers love it. They love having, because a lot of our parents come in. We've now started having alumni come in and present. So the students love it when we have, a young 27, 28-year-old Algonquin alum who's finding success, who comes back in and helps them to understand that it's a journey. So the past couple of years, we are up to almost 90 presenters in a given year coming in, and the students rotate in and out. They just follow their schedule, and they go into the classroom, and then, whatever presenter is in there, and we try to align the presenters with the content area. So if we know that it's going to, they're in the math department, then we find, people who are in careers that are related to mathematics. And, if it's English, we do our best. But we've had a tremendous response from the community, and it just continues to grow. So we're really excited. So we kind of grew. So the past couple years, it's been up to 90 presenters.
Well, that's great. I'm thrilled to hear that, and keep on trucking.
Thanks.
Next is Kathleen Howland.
I just have to say that it just warmed the cockles of my wintry heart that you would talk about a growth mindset and what it meant, because this is the new normal. And being able to go with the way things are and not against the way things are, to yearn and pine and grieve for the way things are, it just seems like a sad use of a life force when there's so much in front of them. And it will always be about pivoting and recreating and innovating. And I just have to applaud hearing that. It meant so very much. So thank you for taking that on. I think that could be one of the great lessons of this time. If not the greatest, for sure. So thank you.
Thanks. We're excited about those seminars.
All right, thank you, Kathleen. Paul Desmond.
I hate following Kathleen Howland because I'm nowhere near that eloquent, but I do have some questions. I was happy to hear about the students needing assistance idea and the interface referral service. I think those are both great ideas, but I wonder about kids who, for whatever reason, are not identified as kids needing assistance, just kind of flying under the radar, but they do need help. I mean, I guess my question is, how do you market yourselves to the kids so that they understand what services are available through guidance and they, feel comfortable coming to you?
I mean, we start that whole process by, that was actually our first seminar that we did with our freshmen. We kind of went over, the role of the guidance counselor. And we talked with them about all of the different things that we can help them with. And I think we really try to normalize, what it means to kind of come to guidance and to seek out help. And, we let them know that it is okay that, if they're struggling, if they need help, that we are here to help them, that the work that we do is confidential. I think Chris had mentioned, sometimes it goes, kind of unnoticed, untalked about, and we want it to be that way. It's always nice when people thank us for that work, but we kind of want it to be that way because it's confidential in nature. And we want to allow students and parents to feel comfortable to reach out to us to seek out that help, with ultimately, focusing on a student's well-being. So we spend a lot of time talking about that and letting students know that, this is something that we do on a regular basis. We're quite comfortable with it. and all we really want is for them to be healthy and to be safe and to be well. And that's our primary focus. So when we go in and we do our group seminars, we talk about that. We also talk about that with parents. Even when we're in conversations with parents, we might have a parent who's stressed out or a student who has fallen behind in their work. We oftentimes take the time to talk about how, your student may be, struggling with a health issue, but sometimes, behind that, there might be some anxiety, or there might be some stress, or there might be some depression that, is a result of that struggle. And we encourage them to seek out supports. We let them know that we have the referral process, that we have in-school support. So we spend a lot of time having those confidential conversations with students and parents. And we also do it publicly in our work with students in our seminars. So we try to normalize it and help students to realize that, sometimes you do struggle, and with some good support, you could definitely, kind of get back on track, and your wellness is what's most important.
Okay, thank you.
Yes.
Okay, and I see that's the end of our questions. So once again, Kate, Becca, and Lisa, thank you for your presentation. Greg, do you want me to?
Yeah, I just want to just take a minute and publicly thank the guidance department and the team for its tremendous effort. They do amazing work on a normal year, but I think this year they reinvented how they do business, and I think they've demonstrated and modeled that growth mindset to their students. And just again, want to publicly thank Lisa, Becca, and Kate for their hard work this year, and thank you.
Well, thank you for having us. And again, we appreciate your continued support, and happy holidays. And we wish you a healthy and happy new year.
Happy holidays to all of you too.
Thank you.
Lisa. Great job. I'll see you on Friday. Enjoy the day tomorrow
Thank
you.
in the morning.
All right, we go on to our next agenda item. Before we do so, I just got a text message from Chris Covino that said he was having some trouble with his transmission. And then also Dan Kalenda had to leave at 8:10 to go to another appointment. So at this time, I'd like to turn it over to Greg. The next agenda item under new business is number 3, Coalition for Equity update.
I'll ask Rhoda Webb to provide a brief update.
Good evening. So the Coalition for Equity had its third meeting on December 8. The 33 members on the coalition, as a reminder, community members, parents, teachers, administrators, 3 Algonquin students, and an alumni. We're in the process of adding more high school students to have 2 per grade in order to ensure continuity of the work. The coalition now, we have formed 3 working groups: a community outreach group, curriculum and instruction, and policies, handbooks, procedures, and practices work group. So each group is going to meet in between sessions when the whole group comes together and report on the work being done. And at this point, what we do during the meetings is also dedicate some time to listen to the members' stories so that we can gain a deeper understanding of each other and build trust as we embark on this crucial work of equity.
Okay, I see. Paul Desmond, do you have a question or comment?
Nope, that's a leftover. Sorry.
Okay. Thank you for your update on this, and it's interesting that you have gone out to 3 different areas. So you must have did they get to select the areas that they had the most interest in?
Yes, that's correct. Yes, members. Yes.
Okay, and then how many meetings? This was the second meeting you've had, correct?
So this was the 3rd meeting, and one thing that I forgot to say, 5 of coalition members have joined the mascot study group at Algonquin, but they're also part of the 3 working groups that we have formed.
Okay, great. Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Are there any comments or questions from board members? Kathleen Plechko?
So I'm on the Coalition for Equity, one of the 33 members, and I have to say that it is just a phenomenal group of people. It really is, especially, you know, Rhoda mentioned that we're hearing everyone's personal stories as to why they were, why they put their name forward and wanted to be involved in this. And, you know, we just have some incredible minds that are having great discussions and tackling some of the, you know, really hard issues. And the work has just begun. So, so I'm just thrilled to see that it's, you know, not just 33 people, but there's also real progress being made on all levels, you know, with the NASA administrators, with us, with students, with, you know, certainly with teachers and the whole issues surrounding curriculum. I see very good things coming of this endeavor.
Thank you, Kathleen, and thank you also, Kathleen, for serving on this committee. A true representation for our committee. Thank you very much. Any other questions or comments from board members? And I can see that Chris Covino is back, so thank you, Chris. Greg, any follow-up or go on to the next agenda item?
Next agenda item.
Okay, so it's under new business is legislative update and is the state fiscal year 2021 budget.
So just a quick comment before I talk about the fiscal 21 budget, and that is, if you hear snoring in the background, that is my dog. So over there in the corner. So it's not any other of my family members. So just a quick brief update about the fiscal 21 budget. Again, it's hard to believe that we're talking about the state budget for 21 at this point in time, but there's great news that it has been signed by the governor and that our projections were on target. So circuit breaker, Chapter 70, and transportation reimbursement were at projected levels. So again, the governor's budget did not impact any of our forecasting for fiscal year 21, and they will be starting fiscal year 22 budget at the State House. So again, we're ending one fiscal budget process and beginning another. So more information as that process unfolds.
Okay, thank you. Going on to the next, number 5 under new business is approval of grants and donations, and there, Greg has supplied in our attached links a letter concerning this FY21 risk management grant. And in the beginning, it said, congratulations on your MIA grant award. We're confident that your grant award will assist in your community's proactive risk management efforts. So that was just I'm sure Greg will give us more detail.
Sure. So Keith Lavoie worked with Mike Gorman, and Keith can provide a quick update around the purpose of the grant, the money received, and how it will help Algonquin.
Thanks, great. A huge credit to Facilities Director Mike Gorman for his work. He has worked collaboratively with Maya in the past on these grant opportunities, and he did take advantage of this year's round of applications, and we were very fortunate to be awarded the grant on behalf of his recommendations. So a lot of the things are related to the COVID-19 pandemic and required for the work that needs to be done. Some of the things that have been offered is the ventilation and dilution. Certainly something that we've taken advantage of. We have installed standalone HEPA filtration devices in many of the classrooms at Algonquin, which has certainly helped out with the current configuration. And the cost of the units and replacement filters is what was requested to help offset the cost to the district. And moving forward, it has provided a nice layer of protection for us to make sure that the air quality remains at a high level at Algonquin. And I think it certainly has provided with a nice peace of mind as we plan for our reopening. And I think Principal Bevan would attest to that. Certainly being in the classrooms there, they are being utilized on a regular basis, and we are collaborating with the teachers on how to best use those. We provided some instruction sheets with the help of a couple of teachers at Algonquin to put that together. So it has been a nice benefit for the building, and we were able to offset the cost with the benefit of this grant. So it has been a win-win.
Well, thank you very much, Keith, and please thank Mike Gorman also for the efforts in getting this grant. In the letter, it said that the grants money had to be submitted and completed with invoices by May 14th, 2021. Is this work going on right now, or is this just in the planning stages and work will be completed in the spring?
Becky, correct me if I'm wrong, but I think this was, we were able to do this for devices that were already purchased.
I think actually these are ongoing right now as well. I think that we were able to do it for some that were purchased and then also some of the ongoing work.
Okay, good.
So yeah, there's both.
Okay, thank you.
Mike has received this grant previously, so he's very aware of the requirements that Maya has, and he does a great job with this every year and finding a need and being able to apply these funds.
Okay, all these grants help, especially in the economic times we're facing. So thank you for everybody for the hard work and diligence. I know submitting these grants is not an easy process, but when it's done, it's so worthwhile. So I'd like to entertain a motion, as we've always done on these grants and donations, to accept it. And this is the MIA grant in the amount of $7,146. Sean?
Move.
So moved by Sean. Is there a second?
Second. Paul Desmond.
Second by Paul Desmond. Any discussion or comments? Okay, it's a roll call vote to accept. Karen Ayers?
Yes.
Chris Covino?
Yes.
Paul Desmond?
Yes.
Kathleen Howland?
Yes.
John O'Shea?
Yes.
Kathleen Palechko?
Yes.
And myself, yes, it passes unanimous. Thank you very much. Thanks, Keith. Next one is, now we're on to the superintendent's report to the committee. Mr. Martineau.
Sure. At this time, I'll turn it over to Principal Bevan for his principal's report.
Thank you, Superintendent Martineau and Madam Chair. It's my pleasure to share with you some updates on some of the things happening at the school. So I'm going to share my screen again here and let you know what's happening. So worth noting, I just happened to look at the calendar, and we are on 3 months ago today. We returned to school after the 10-day opening with PD. So that was on September 16th, and here we are on December 16th, and we've had 3 months of that one period of time for remote learning, and then what I think has been a very successful hybrid instructional period of time. And some of the things that, as I shared last time, have started to feel like they're returning to normal, but also there are many things that are quite a bit different. So I have some very pleasant news to share. Excuse me. The Harbinger, which is our really wonderful school newspaper, is perennially one of the strongest newspapers, certainly in the region and really in the country. National Scholastic Press Association as a finalist, and then also by the Columbia Scholastic Press Association as a finalist in their processing of the best papers in the country. And as I noted here, there are 49 finalists from across the country for the NSPA Association's award, and in the CSPA. There were only 43 finalists, and we are among those. Additionally, we had 2 former editors-in-chief who are now graduated from us, who were recognized for a story they wrote on Triple E, which seems like so long ago that we were thinking about Triple E, but they wrote a really wonderful news story that I highly suggest checking out, and it's you can see the image over here. And those students were now alums are Gabriella Paz-Soldan and Catherine Hayden, for their piece, This Bites, Triple E's Impact on Algonquin. So really great job for the students of our newspaper, those who have graduated and those who still are here. The newspaper is really it's a really critical element of our school culture, and sharing news and being part of the democratic process really requires a strong newspaper, and our school boasts one of the best around. So cheers to the Harbinger kids. And I will put in a plug for myself. I ran the Harbinger for 7 years, I think, when I was a teacher, and it was a real point of pride, and it was a really wonderful paper. And advisors, Lindsay Copens and the photo advisor, Michelle Shepard, have done a wonderful job in steering the paper toward even greater excellence. So well done to those individuals and to the students. The Drama Hawks, which is our theater program, had to really rethink how to put on a performance this year. There were many, many barriers that they had to overcome, but the show Must Go Online was the name of the show they decided, which was, and it was a really wonderful experience. I think our primary goal was to make sure that all the students enrolled in the program had a good experience and were able to showcase their wonderful talents. And there were many screenshots I could have shared, and so I had to kind of pick and choose. But up here on the top, we have 2 students. On the right is one of our singing performers, and on the left is one of our pianists, and they were recording remotely from each other a piece, and I think it was a piece from a performance called Amelie. And on the bottom, there were 6 of our young men singing the closing number, which was Monty Python's Always Look on the Bright Side of Life, which was the closing number by choice because all of the pieces in some way reflected the show's theme of resilience. And so it was about an hour-long show, and the kids did a really wonderful job. It was broadcast online on the 10th and on the 11th, and we even were able to, with the help and flexibility of the wonderful Mary Ellen Duggan, we had the kids show up and be able to watch their own show's opening night, which is something kind of unusual. You don't usually get to see your own opening night, and so here were the kids, and they greatly appreciated the flexibility of the leadership to allow that to happen. And we had really wonderful, leadership by Maura Morrison and Brian Kelly, who arranged the show, and our other musical and theater folks, Olivia and Eric Vincent as well. So bravo to those kids and those adults for putting on a really wonderful show that I think would have been really hard to even fathom a year ago, but they did it. Additionally, we have winter athletics started this week on Monday, and here's just an image here, kind of a rotating image of our 10th grade boys basketball players participating. Many thanks to Mike Masserino and our coaches for implementing lots and lots of protocols and procedures to make sure students are safe and apart from each other when they're not in drills, that they're wearing masks entirely, that our locker rooms are shut down, and there are many iterations of these kind of procedures, and that you more than you can really even imagine. And this all comes on the heels of a very successful fall season. I got many parents and students sharing their appreciation for the hard work that Mr. Masserino did, along with our coaches, to make sure that fall sports happened, and that they happened safely. And so we're moving on to the winter sports, which includes basketball for both boys and girls, ice hockey for both the boys and girls, winter gymnastics, winter swimming and diving, and then also alpine ski. So that started on Monday, and the games start up in January. And then I just wanted to make a note, we're always our primary focus is on teaching and learning. And again, we have teachers who are reinventing ways to make learning happen despite the challenges they face. And so one of the trend lines we're seeing is teachers inviting people into their classroom, into their Zoom classrooms, to just expand the kind of to increase engagement for students, because everybody loves hearing from an outside presenter. And so just 3 that I'm aware of, and then there are many others that I was not even able to capture here. DECA pulled off a really wonderful networking night that featured more than 15 guests, including the keynote speaker Jeff Hoffman, who's the chairman of the board of the Global Entrepreneurship Network. this week on Monday, we had an author, Michael Finkel, who wrote The Stranger in the Woods, which is a book I highly suggest. I read it several years ago. It's about, if you recall in the news, the hermit in Maine who had been kind of like almost like a ghost presence in an area in Maine until he was caught. So Mr. Finkel wrote that book. He is actually Deb Saltzman's cousin, and he presented on his writing to the kids. And here in that image on the right hand side, he's showing a clothespin that was retrieved from the location where this hermit lived, and that he had gone to the lengths of painting it green to ensure that he was not discovered. On just this afternoon, in fact, I think Jamie Hart, who's a graduate of ours and son or daughter, I'm not actually sure about that, I'm sorry, of our math teacher, Nancy Hart, presented to students on that person is a postdoctoral researcher at Yale and discussed using an electron microscope to look at materials on an atomic level. That's not the kind of expertise we are typically able to provide to our students, but here in a Zoom environment, we've been able to. So that has been a really wonderful, added benefit, a benefit that has emerged out of necessity by some of our more inventive teachers who have shown a great deal of resourcefulness to keep kids engaged. So I wanted to move on to talk about the student survey, a student survey we conducted right before Thanksgiving that has given us a real glimpse into what the experience kids are having in their school day, whether it be remote on a remote Monday, whether it be in person, or the remote days when they're home while their in-person peers are in school. I pulled this quote because I think it kind of captures how kids feel, just generally speaking. This was a freshman who shared that it's been kind of hard going into high school this way, but I'm okay with it for the most part because we're in a pandemic, so I guess it's expected. I don't mean to be glib. I think that does capture how many of our respondents felt, that they felt like this is not ideal. I'm doing my best as a student. My teachers are doing their best as well. There are things that we can refine and improve a little bit, but everybody's doing an excellent job given the challenges that we've been dealt. I will say that in my first pass through the data, what seems clear to me is that our base model of hybrid instruction is working well and will require no massive overhauls. So the students are indicating that they're engaged. They're satisfied. Generally speaking, nothing's perfect, of course, and I want to make sure you understand that. But nothing about our schedule suggests that they're or how we're coming at education in our building and when they're remote would require a massive change. So I have asked Tim McDonald, who's our assistant principal. He's in the room here to maybe kind of jump in at any point. Tim helped me unpack some of this data, and certainly in a few slides from now, Tim had looked at some of the themes for our qualitative, like open responses, that gave us a glimpse into how kids are thinking about our instructional model. So we had 643 students participate in the survey. It was a nearly even representation of all four grades, and this was done over a period of time wherever it worked best in our period 5 teachers in the lead up to Thanksgiving. So a few of our takeaways, it's a pretty dense data set, so I'm just going to give you, and this is all condensed into that executive summary that I think is in the school committee packet. So here are some of our learnings. One is that in advance of this survey, we were only speculating and kind of using informed speculation on what students were doing globally on their remote school days, because teachers have some autonomy, or a great deal of autonomy, and how that results in students' day. We now have learned a lot more about. So how much time do they spend on schoolwork is something we came to understand. And schoolwork we characterize as anything from live instruction to asynchronous work to what more conventionally would be thought of as homework. And for the most part, we have students doing 3 to 4 hours of schoolwork on those remote days. It's really a 5-hour day, but most kids are doing 5 to 6 hours, and many are doing 6 to 7 hours, and some students are doing as many as 7 or more hours. A small percentage are doing less than 3 hours, which I don't know how that's happening, and I don't know how they're being successful, but that's something we're going to have to learn a little bit more about. I dug into the data a little bit to see who are doing our 7+ hour days, and interestingly, what I found out is that breaks out where our 9th graders and 12th graders are more likely to have longer days than our 10th and 11th graders. I'm not entirely sure why that is. This is new data for us, and so our school-based leadership team is going to help me unpack this and to learn a little bit more about maybe what our hypotheses might be for why those breaks are. I wouldn't say it's significant, massive changes between or differences between our 9th and 12th graders and our 10th and 11th graders, but it was something I picked up on as I was looking at the data. Additionally, we wanted to find out how many of our students' remote days classes are providing some form of live instruction. And this was not a surprise to me. This was about what I would have had guessed is 10 to 11% of our kids are not receiving any live instruction on remote days, but for the most part, kids are getting 1 to 2, with some getting 3 to 4, 5 to 6, or even as many as 7 classes of live instruction on those remote days. And so, what I'm understanding from students is their tolerance for that or appreciation for that, or whether or not that's appealing, really varies by student. Some kids love live streaming, and some kids love having asynchronous work to work on at their own pace at a time that works for them. I sat for lunch one day with students and said, "Can you tell me about what your remote learning day was?" Because if I was sitting with them for lunch, they were in an in-person day. That meant the day before they were remote. And one kid said, "I had a ton of live instruction classes." And I said, "Well, how'd that go?" And then she said, "It was great. I really liked it." And the girl sitting next to her said, "I had none." And she really liked that too. So that model, I think the inverse might be true for a student who doesn't want to spend a huge amount of screen time on their remote day. Lots of live instruction might not be a great fit for them. And for a student who really requires that kind of direct instruction and engagement with the teacher to stay engaged, that a day where you have minimal live teaching might be a challenge. I'm just trying to see if maybe I can pause. I've been talking very quickly and dumping a lot of data in front of you. I can keep moving and maybe take questions at the end, but I did want to come up for air and see if there were any questions people have so far. Okay.
Let me just check and see if there are any questions at this
Okay,
point.
sure.
Sean,
And I can wait till the end. I just, I didn't want to bulldoze through and prevent conversation.
No, I appreciate it, especially if the question is in one of these slides. Sean,
Sure.
you have a question, and then Chris
Yep.
Covino.
Sure, thanks. So this data is interesting, particularly in light of the state's new looking at time requirements that students are getting their in-person or synchronous time requirements. Do you know, generally looking at this and knowing your schedule, do you think the high school is going to meet the new state the new state regulations that just were voted? What was it, Tuesday, maybe Monday?
Yes, we Greg and I looked at that data, and I think what's happening is we have enough live teaching happening on those remote days that it puts us over by plenty. So I think if you look at it, as for a typical student, that typical student is in that longest bar there, and that puts us at as many as 40 to 80 minutes, really, a day of live instruction on those remote days, and that puts us way in good shape for that kind of what is really new information for us as a requirement. But we were confident we were doing a good job anyway, and it just allowed us, I think it was a healthy analysis of what to ensure that what we're doing is the right thing for kids. And I was glad to have this data because it would have been really speculative without it.
Yeah, terrific, thanks.
Principal Bevan, or for Greg.
Sure.
For those of us that didn't hear that update that was voted on Tuesday, could you give us some of that information, what that is?
Sure. So the Commissioner of Education implemented structured learning time for districts across the Commonwealth. And basically districts who are in a standalone remote program have to have 40 hours of synchronous learning happening across a 2-week period. And for those districts in a hybrid model, it's 35 hours across a 2-week period. So basically, the purpose of the standard structured learning time really was to make sure kids are connecting with adults. I would say that we do that well. And I would argue that, yes, we do meet the structured learning time requirements, but it's more about quality than quantity. And it's really looking about making sure our students are connected to adults in these models. So, some new standards, those were brand new. The Board of Education voted those on Tuesday. There are emergency regulations. The Board of Education will be looking at those again in February, and we'll be seeking public comment on those leading up to that February meeting.
Okay, thanks for the update, Greg. Chris Covino has a question.
All right, thanks, Joan. First, I think teachers are probably the best arbiters of the best ways to present their content. I think that you really can trust the professional judgment of teachers, because I know that there's been some question about the fact that some teachers are not necessarily providing live instruction while others are. But I really do think that it is kind of the teacher's professional judgment that determines whether or not a particular type of content is best taught a certain way. So to kind of piggyback on what I just said, my question is simply, do all the teachers that want to be able to live stream have access to all the equipment that they need to do so? That's really what my question is there.
Yes, I believe so, Chris. I don't think there's any barriers to any teacher who would like to live stream to doing so. So I bought some microphones that should have helped capture voices from the classroom, so that anybody who wanted to do that would do that. I handed out 42 of those on the first day of school, and they went out really quickly. And I think there are teachers who are doing it without even those devices. We have teachers who are doing pretty elaborate setups. We have one teacher who, at least at the beginning of the year, and I don't know if he's continued with this, had a setup where he was projecting his Zoom classroom to the back of the room. He had basically 2 LCD projectors, one projecting the lesson to the front of the room and one projecting the Zoom classroom to the back wall, so he could stand in front of the room, see his in-person students as they are sitting there in front of him, but also see a room full of Zoom faces in that same kind of up against the wall, and any student raising a hand, either in person or virtually, he could interact with them, and everybody was looking at the same, LCD projected lesson on the front board, and the kids at home were looking at that on their screens. That's a pretty elaborate setup that requires twice the amount of LCD projection that we really afford teachers, but that was getting good results from what I saw. And so you have everywhere from that very elaborate setup to teachers who are very happy with having students work entirely asynchronously, because they want to dedicate their full attention to the students in the room in front of them. That was really a line of thinking we talked a lot about with Stephanie Reinhorn. Of course, Stephanie's in the room, to really spend time thinking, if your kids are here in front of you, you want to dedicate as much energy to them while they're there, and not split that energy trying to manage technology for the virtual learners who could simultaneously be doing a lesson at home that would be just as well received asynchronously.
Great. Thank you very much, Sean. I would also just like to say that I want to give as much appreciation as possible to all those teachers that are working really hard to juggle everything that's being expected from them, not just from a social emotional standpoint, but also from an academics, either academic or specialist planning standpoint. There's certainly a lot that goes into that, and I know that stress levels are high. And I think they need to hear that it is, in fact, genuinely appreciated what it is that they're pulling off. So kudos to them, and thank you very much for your support as well.
Yeah, thank you. Our teachers have done an outstanding job this year. I haven't been a teacher in a while, and I can only imagine how much preparation it takes to go into teaching really two simultaneous lessons. And some people are doing it simultaneously, kind of in person in this live streamed way. And other people are just dedicating that preparation and planning out something asynchronous for the other kids to do. And then we have some people who are doing a mix of both. So they might start a class where they have the class kind of working together in this like collaborative way that melds the in-person students and the remote students, and then they'll break midway through the class into some new something different. That's kind of, this is the glimpse we've achieved, which is not surprising. Nothing stood out to me as being shocking, and the feedback we're getting from kids is this kind of mix is working, generally speaking, for them. I think kids would ideally be everybody in here fully in person in a way that is conventional. Teachers would love that too if it were safe to do so. So I think we're really itching to get back to what we know we do really well, and I think it's given kids a real appreciation for how much they like being physically here in school, seeing each other, socializing, but also seeing their teachers. And we'll talk a little bit about that when we talk about the qualitative data.
Principal
I'm sorry, I'm moving. My apologies.
Oh, that's good. No, Principal Bevan, I want to thank you for taking the school committee members' questions midstream. I found it to be very beneficial. And seeing that there aren't any other questions, if you'd like to continue with your presentation.
Of course. One of the things we prioritized heavily in our PD at the beginning of the year was that it was going to be critically important that teachers communicate skillfully and clearly with students about what their expectations are going to be. And we talked a lot about how on Mondays that will be a period of time where it's important that teachers have face-to-face contact virtually with students, and that they use that time to lay out the plan for the week so students can leave their Mondays knowing what days they have to arrive in person, in virtual settings, and what the expectations are going to be, and that teachers are going to show enthusiasm for the work that was going to be to come. And also on those Mondays, that was an opportunity to try to cohere the group of students. What we're hearing from students is that teachers are using Canvas, which I think everybody is aware is a very powerful platform for organizing learning, and our teachers are using it to great effect. We'll just share with you that in my former district, Canvas was like the gold standard, and we had a few very high-performing power user teachers use Canvas, and here we are in our building, and every teacher uses Canvas, and there's a lot of features. It's a very feature-rich platform, and we have a lot of teachers using it to great effect. And here I just share, this was a question because I was curious, did all that Canvas training work? Are teachers using Canvas well? And I think you can see here the vast majority, 66% are saying that they're using it well, and a lot of kids are even saying they're using it very well. So that's a total of 86% or almost 87% of our kids saying our communication is working well. So credit to the teachers for their hard work in learning that platform and then employing it to great effect. As a bottom line, I just wanted to find out, how do you like it? Kids, how's it going for you? And I stop kids every day. I ask them, how are you doing and how's it going for you? That's not a terribly scientific way to come at it, but this gives you a little bit more information. So here you get a sense for how our students are just basically how satisfied they are with each of our three models. So just a reminder, on Mondays, we're fully remote, and teachers have all of their kids all in kind of one group, both cohorts in a virtual setting. And for every class, that really should be have some form of direct instruction in that group. On the different cohorts, they have in-person days, and then on the non-in-person days, they're working remotely. So they're by far and away, and it's not even close, the kids really love in-person instruction. And I had a conversation with a kid. In fact, today I said, "Are you ready for a snow day tomorrow?" And she said, well, she was in person, but she said she would be happy to come into school anyway. They are kind of have developed an appreciation, many kids, for the in-person instruction in a way that, and this is not the only time I heard it this week, where kids were kind of bummed that they might be snowed out for Thursday. And that's not the kind of thing high school educators are used to hearing over time. And so I was happy to hear. So that's what you see for the in-person instruction bars there in that middle piece, that the red and the blue combined together really do paint a picture for kids being pretty pleased with how things are going for the in-person instruction. If you look closely at the outer bars here, one is the remote Monday classes and the remote classes that are not Mondays. The orange, green, and purple bars really are pretty similar. So the dissatisfied customers are pretty dissatisfied uniformly with remote instruction, but the kids on the remote classes that are not Mondays, those are the cohort specific remote days, you're getting a higher level of satisfaction in that blue, represented in that blue bar. And I asked some kids to help me understand what that data is telling me, and they said there's kind of an element of not choice wouldn't be the right word, but it's kind of varied on those days. So if they have their first two classes and they're fully asynchronous, they can sleep a little bit later. They might have a live stream class, they attend that, and then they complete some work. So there's a level of independence that and a lack of structure that actually works, I think, really well. On the flip side, on the left-hand side for remote Monday classes, kids are generally satisfied with that. And I asked kids about that, and they said the high level of structure for that at least lets them remain really organized. And they also like sleeping until 8 o'clock. So our Mondays start at 8 o'clock. Our Tuesdays, Wednesdays, Thursdays, and Fridays start at 7:20. So generally speaking, I was happy to see that kids, I think there's a kind of a sense of understanding that this is not the model that they prefer, but within the model that's not the preference, it's working for them. So those were good to see. And then we have the qualitative results. We asked, just flat out asked, and one of the questions I put in there was, what's something you want us to know about how you're feeling about school so far? And Tim, you're welcome to jump in here. Tim McDonald is one of our assistant principals, and he read through all of this with me and really condensed some of it. So I don't know, Tim, if you have any sharings here. I bullet pointed a few of them.
Yeah, sure. So in this particular question, where students were asked what would they like the staff to know about this year so far, it definitely varied. But common themes were that they did feel that their teachers were very clear with their expectations. They were getting a lot of good information from tools like Canvas. There was a theme that students found remote day work or work that they did on their own to a point to be stressful and overwhelming. And in-person days, because as you can imagine, I think navigating this kind of strange year and trying to make sure that teachers are doing a good job of assessing students' knowledge, they find that their in-person days are filled with assessments. So they feel over-tested in the in-person days, overworked in the other days, and which is interesting when you see the earlier responses in terms of how satisfied they are with the different modes. But this is just what they're reporting in terms of how they're feeling personally.
Yeah, so some of the points we pulled out, and these lines up here are just the voice of kids sharing how they feel. It has been stressful and very weird. Kids, of course, really love the social benefits and the social aspects of high school, and some of that is missing. Much of that is missing in the remote environment. And even when they're here, the social aspects of school are diminished considerably. We make sure they're far enough apart, and all the other mitigation strategies that we've employed, of course. Kids talked a bit about how they're excited to come into school, even if it's just 2 days a week, and they learn a lot more that way. So kids have shared with me, and when I showed them some of this data, that this was consistent with how they felt, is that when they're there and they're in person and they're hearing from their teachers and they're able to ask questions in real time, that's really something that they appreciate. That bottom bullet point, I think, is probably not as this was a major takeaway, is that kids, to Tim's point, when they're here in person, teachers are doing a lot of assessment when they're here. So finding a way to do testing in a secure way is difficult to do when kids are in their homes, and it requires really innovative, flexible thinking on teachers' parts. And so many of them are doing, I think, what comes naturally to teachers is to say, we'll teach them through these lessons and prepare them, and then on Friday we'll have we'll quiz them on it because they're going to be here, and we can make sure that for a single kid in a single class isn't a big deal. But if the whole building makes that same decision over and over again, that compounds on a student, and they come into a Friday full of exams when they're there for in-person instruction in a way that they really appreciate in a way, but when a lot of that time is spent in doing assessments, that's a challenge. There is also the practical reality. Teachers want to find out if kids have mastery over what they've been taught, and doing that, assessing that in a new way is something that we haven't truly confronted, and I think we're going to have to look at. Okay. This one, and I think this is consistent with some of the data we saw earlier. The workload for kids, especially in rigorous course loads, can be a challenge. And if you spend 7 hours in some synchronous direct instruction, you're spending 7 hours staring at a computer, and that's not the most fun way to spend a day. And on Mondays, all those are in Zoom. That day is a day full of Zoom courses, Zoom kind of touch points for teachers, even though some of them do 20 minutes or 10 minutes or the full 40 minutes. That's a lot of computer screen time. So our next steps, and Tim and I are going to be doing this tomorrow morning, is sharing some of these learnings with the school-based leadership team, and to ask them to identify some of the highest leverage department-specific takeaways to figure out, are there things we can learn from this about what's working, and maybe what can be refined or adjusted a bit to learn from this data. And we had, one of the questions we asked was for the students, who's a teacher who is employing really exciting and engaging strategies you might want to we can learn from, because I'm a principal and I've never taught in this environment. Our teachers are more expert in this than I am, and so it's important to find out who's doing it really well. Happily, and I don't know, Tim, I don't know if this was a trend you saw. There must have been 40 different teacher names, or maybe 50 teacher names in that singular question response. So we have a very wide number, a nice cross section of teachers who are employing different things that kids are identifying for us as being effective. And that was really great to see. It wasn't just 5 superstars who were doing really extraordinary things. I think it's nearly all teachers are doing something that is exciting and interesting. And so we have a well of expertise out there that we can go and find out, from a certain teacher, what is it that you're doing that kids really enjoy.
Right. And Sean, another interesting question that you had on the survey was what tools or practices the students would like to see the teachers use more. And it kind of shows one of the things we're forced into this year in terms of like learning new technology to integrate into a blending learning model. They mentioned a few different tools like Quizlet. They do like Zoom for breakout room, that use when teachers use that and break from whole class discussions to breakout rooms for smaller groups. And then they all do, a lot of students do appreciate Canvas and how that's been used as a central way to communicate through the teachers. So I think the hope and the expectation is that students, by kind of needing to use those tools, are going to find that it's going to facilitate learning going forward as well.
Yeah, and I do want to put in a plug for Julie Doyle and the tech team. First, for training teachers, they really they were prepared, I think, as best as you can. But also, we took some data in early on from teachers about what platform we could invest in that would be the best one for the most kids, the most teachers, and they identified something called Nearpod. And with Greg's help and support, we were able to to bring that into the school and offer that to every teacher at a cost that actually was I think manageable, and I think we're getting a lot of value out of that investment. So Nearpod is something kids seem to that they identified several times in that question. So I think yeah. So are there any questions about this data and what we're going to do with it?
Principal Bevan, I don't see any questions right now, but going through Greg, and Greg, if we have, can I ask, with your permission, for Principal Bevan, if he could send this as a link to the school committee members, because we have 3 members tonight that had other commitments that had to leave, and I'm sure that they've asked questions about this and they would be very interested. So Greg, would it be possible?
Of course.
Yep.
But just comment that, the student data is essential as we evaluate, how the learning environment's impacting their experience. We also have educator data and family data. So we'll be looking at if there's any patterns and trends across the 3 groups to see if, again, from a parent perspective, from an educator perspective, and a student perspective, are there really patterns and trends and high yield changes that we can make to really benefit students.
Yeah, I think this, Principal Bevan, I think this survey is very valuable. Are you planning on doing it again sometime to see if anything changes in how the students are feeling as we go midterm, you get into the February, March, April timeframe?
I hadn't really thought of that, and maybe that would have been a third bullet here for the next steps, which is to have a period of trying to share out what our learnings are, and then have teachers make some subtle adjustments and get more feedback, and then try it again. I think I'm a firm believer in using kind of the same base questions, and then you can see growth over time. I could see doing that in the early spring could be valuable. Yeah, that's a good idea.
Yeah, I think the data is very important, and you're getting, a viewpoint of the students, because these are anonymous, correct?
Mm-hmm.
They're anonymous, and I think it's good. I mean, this is all new territory for all of us, and
right.
It's data that's going to be important if we ever go through something like this again, or just to see how the students are doing and giving them a voice. And I was also pleased to hear that you sat down and you talked to the students, you made that connection to them. And you wanted to know, okay, instead of just saying, okay, why is this column low, or why do they feel that way? Okay, well, it's only 10%, big deal. It is a big deal if it's 10%. If it's 5%, it is, because you want to hit and reach all the students. So I applaud you for taking that extra time of reaching out to those students and to see why they felt that some of the students did feel that way. So thank you very, very much.
Well, you're welcome. And one of the things I will finally share is there is a not insignificant number of kids who feel like the pace, as unusual as this year is, the pace is slowed down considerably. So we have 10 minutes of passing time instead of 5 in between classes. And now there's single direction hallways. So that was by design so that they could get where they need to get. But it allows kids to get where they need to get with without having to rush. I think the amount of emphasis we place on athletics is always high, but this year I think some of that pressure was reduced because there were just fewer games. I think a greater level of understanding of coaches and kind of a less lowered intensity for state tournaments and things. So I think there were a combination of factors that came together where, even though we're in a very high stress environment, that some of the choices we made to reduce stress for kids, I think we're hearing that kids think the pace is a little bit more agreeable. I think they're not going to love going back to 5 minutes of passing time someday. I think they'd love to have 10 minutes of passing time forever. I'm not sure I can do that and still keep my job with and meet our minutes on learning requirements. In fact, I know we cannot. But I think there are things that they have enjoyed about it almost by accident.
And I think another good barometer of what a good job that you are doing, along with your assistant principals and your staff, is the barometer that the student gave to you that they didn't want a snow day.
Yes, right. Yeah.
go, their skis or their cross country, they're going to go through the streets of Northborough and Southborough and get there through it with 18 inches of snow. So
yeah, it's not something you hear a lot, and it was funny to hear a kid say it, but it was not terribly surprising. It was surprising, but it made sense when I heard it. Yeah.
did.
Well, thank you.
Okay, and I don't see any questions or comments from any board members. So if you'd like to continue on,
Sure.
The MCAS update.
Sure. So I'm going to pitch it over to Andy McGowan, who's one of our other wonderful assistant principals. And Andy's going to tell us a little bit about MCAS changes.
Yeah, good evening. So there's been some changes this year. DESE has announced that, originally announced that January, May, and June would be the 3 tests for MCAS, January being the class of 2021, class of 2022, May being the class of 2023, and June being the class of 2024. Recently, this past week on December 7th anyways, the commissioner announced that the January test was going to be postponed and moved back till later in the year, not giving a specific time frame when that would take place. So you can see from the slide just kind of when those tests will be right now. There's still January testing for our current seniors who need to make it up. So transfer students or students that just need to take it again or have to take it for the first time. And then later in the spring, we'll have the other tests. So that's really the kind of the bulk of the update that the state has provided us guidance on at this time, and more information will be following in the future. Any questions on that? Yeah.
I just have one question. Did I read somewhere where one of the tests was going to be printed and not on laptops?
So originally the January test, we had the option to have it printed paper-based test or computer-based test, and we were looking at exploring the paper-based option for that January test. So that, but right now, as far as I know, the May test and June test are computer-based.
They are.
Yep.
Okay. All right. I don't see any questions from any of the board members.
Okay.
So then next is the mascot study group.
Sure. And there are several members from the study group who attended our first meeting last week and are members of the study group. So this is not news to them. And so they're welcome, of course, to share. We had our first meeting on December 9th, which was last, and that was really a table setting meeting to establish what the norms of the group were going to be, to establish what our mission was, which is to dig into this and look closely at this issue, and then to provide a recommendation to the school committee later in the spring. And then we talked about a timeline that was agreeable to meet those demands. What was really, really a wonderful moment in this meeting was to hear about the history of Algonquin Regional High School, and a major kudos going to John Barry, who's a social studies teacher for us, and Kim Honey, who is our librarian, who walked through an overview of our history and how we arrived at the Tomahawk, and some movements that have been undertaken over time to perhaps retire the Tomahawk. And then we discussed how each one of the stakeholders brings some perspectives to the group. And the group is comprised of, as you might recall, when this was discussed a few months ago, we have several students. We have a member of the faith community. We have members of the Coalition for Equity. We have members of the school committee. We have people who have multiple roles, school committee members who are Coalition for Equity members. We have people who are parents and a booster, a member of the boosters. We have alums and athletic director. That's the same person in Mike Masserino. So people all bring different perspectives to this work, and that's valuable. And I think we had a lot of really great conversations. And by the end, I think people gained an appreciation for our history, and we identified some pathways to learning more about how our Tomahawk might, how it's perceived, and we're beginning work I'll tell you about in a moment. in that historical overview, I'll just share some images with you. We looked at some images from on the left-hand side. That's the, I think the 1949 yearbook from the Peters High School, which was in Southborough. That was the high school in Southborough that was combined with Northborough High School. And that's the yearbook from the last yearbook of Northborough High School before it was merged. And so we talked about how the two communities, the two towns merged two high schools together, and that was kind of a big moment for our area. And of course was the, that's where our high school emerged from. In that conversation, we talked about how the Northborough High School has had their own mascot that predated the Tomahawk, and that was the Mounties. That was news to many of us, including myself. The principal of the high school had no idea. So that was something worth noting, and perhaps a little bit trivial, but I think it underscored kind of a deeper appreciation for our history. And then we looked at some photographs. This I only bring to your attention because this was from our first yearbook. And this was the first time you see Algonquin Regional High School on a lot of our athletics uniforms. And it appears that the mascot itself was not emphasized heavily as part of our athletics uniforms. And that is something that emerged over time. So that was something we talked about in the historical overview. Okay. The next steps, just to share with you, tomorrow I'm meeting with a subcommittee of individuals, 2 students and 2 of the adults and myself are going to identify some resources that we're going to share back out to the larger group to ask them to read and to view. Some of them might be videos, but some of them might be articles to gain a deeper understanding of the impact of Native American mascots as choices for schools and what that does and how it's perceived by Native members of the Native American community. We'll be meeting monthly, January, February, and March, with a target date of providing a recommendation to the school committee on April 28th. In between those meetings, we agreed that there will be probably working groups and other subcommittee groups to complete some work in between those time periods. Okay, I think any questions about the work of the mascot study group?
I don't see any questions right now from board members, but I'd like to thank you for taking this charge that we came up with, I think in October, and or I think it was October, and the committee agreed to do it. And I'd like to thank the school committee members for their involvement into this. And that was really interesting history to see about even Northborough and Southborough before the jointure, and what their yearbooks were. So I'd like to thank you for this, and I think you're doing great work. And it would be interesting if you could share some of those resources with us. Sure. Send us a link, because I would like to also be aware of some of the findings that you're coming up with before you go into the step of what is appropriate and what is not appropriate, and the finding your recommendation in April. So thank you very much. And please thank all those members and the students for their involvement. And you said—
Yes, I will. I'm sorry to interrupt. Go ahead.
Oh, that's okay. You said there was a person of faith. So who is serving on that in that role?
We have Cantor Adelman, who I have to ask Superintendent Martineau how she became involved in our group, because he tagged her into us, and she was a real wonderful contributor, and was, I would characterize her as really intellectually curious and engaged by the work.
That's wonderful. Thank you. Please thank all the members for all their hard work.
Well, yeah, they're working very hard, and I will say particularly outstanding work by our kids. We have teenagers in there, and they're in with lots of adults talking about this really important topic, and they grew comfortable, and appropriately so, and shared a lot of really important takeaways and how they're feeling, and
a very cohesive group, and it's good that people can listen and can disagree and agree at the same time, but value everybody's opinion, which is wonderful. It really is.
Yeah, and I will send along to the school committee, Superintendent Martineau, maybe if you can help me with this, I'm really eager to make sure we're transparent about this process and communicating everything that is studied and looked at, and publishing our agenda and our slides and everything, so that anybody who wants to follow along, whether or not they're a student or a parent or just a community member or an alum, that's going to be important, that people are understanding of this work, so that there's no sense that this is that there's no curiosity, that is there's no question about how the work is being completed and how we're making these decisions.
Yeah, because I see that any information that we get as a school committee member will help us. When you come with a recommendation, we will be just as educated as you are and as your board members, and therefore we can be, it will help us to endorse your recommendation, I think, a lot better, instead of spending a lot of time on questions.
Of course, yes.
So
can I just make a couple comments? First, I just want to thank the leadership team. Actually, Kathleen Howland has a question, so I'll hold my comments until all the committee members have had a chance to provide input.
Are you sure, Greg? I guess he is. Okay, Kathy Holland, your question or comment.
Yes, I'd like to request that when the information comes on the history of the school, that it also come with a picture of the mascot. I was not able to find one online, and I've not seen it. And so it makes it difficult to know what we're referencing. And I'm wondering, and I'm sorry I wasn't able to make that Thursday night meeting, as I had a conflict, but I'm also interested in whether the Historical Society is involved in this at all, so that there would be a permanent housing to the information.
So Kim Honey, our librarian, has reached out to both the Historical Society in Northborough and Southborough. She hasn't heard back. I will ask her maybe to reach back out to find out. I'm sure they have resources that we don't entirely have access to. What has been very helpful to us as a primary source is our many yearbooks do give a good glimpse into what what kids were like at that time, and then additionally, we have people in our community who still remember that transition, and also remember times in the 70s, 80s, 90s, and the 2000s when we've had a kind of periods of time where this issue has been examined.
Thank you.
Okay, I'll now turn it over to Greg Martineau. There aren't any other questions from board members right now.
Sure. I just want to thank the high school leadership team, so Kathy, Tim, Andy, and Sean for all of their work over the past, I would say, 6 months. And I also want to just acknowledge their student-centered approach. Every time we have conversations, it's really about the students at Algonquin. They're extremely supportive of the faculty and staff, and really trying to lead with empathy. And then I also just want to share that, Sean has entered this organization in a pandemic, having to take on this challenge of looking at the mascot. So those in any one career are usually two significant events, and Sean has been presented with those both as he's begun his tenure here in Northborough, Southborough. So I just want to thank him for his leadership and the leadership of the high school team.
Thank you, Greg. It's been an honor, and I'm really thrilled to be here.
We're thrilled to have you as the leadership at Algonquin. Thank you. Mr. Martineau, I'll turn the agenda back to you, since we're still under superintendent's report to the committee, and I don't see any other hands raised from any other members for questions, and we're on to under superintendent's report to the committee, enrollments.
In your packet, you have the enrollments as of December 10th, 2020. And since the last data set that was provided, there has been an increase of 2 students. So enrollment has remained very steady at this point in time. Also in your packet is the FY21 monthly general fund expenditure report, and Becky Pellegrino will provide an overview as well as an update on the COVID-19 financial impact. And Keith Lavoie and Becky will speak to the food services program at this point in time.
So good evening. As you can see by the monthly general fund expenditure report, we have $536,473 remaining on the bottom line, which represents 2.22% of the FY21 budget. In comparing this report to what we had last year, at the same time, we had $360,501 or 1.52% remaining. We are being cautious at this time with our spending as we realize that the grants are expiring at the end of this month. And so many of the expenses that have been charged to the grant will now be incurred on the operational budget. And so at this point in time, I would like to present the COVID-19 financial impact report.
I'm sorry, I was muted. Becky, can we take a vote by the committee?
Oh, sure.
Okay, I just don't want it to get lost. So this time I'd like to entertain a motion to accept the FY21 monthly general fund expenditure report as of November 30th, 2020 until audited.
So moved. Paul Desmond.
Moved by Paul Desmond, seconded
Sean.
by Shauna Shea. Okay, thank you. Roll call vote. Any other discussion or questions? Okay, seeing none, we'll go on to the roll call vote. Karen Ayers?
Yes.
Paul Bucca? Oh, I'm
Yes.
sorry. Chris Covino? Yes. Paul Desmond?
Yes.
Kathleen Holland? Shauna Shea?
Yes.
Kathleen Patchko?
Yes.
And myself and Kathleen, I heard you, Holland, correct? Yes? Okay, it passes unanimous. Thank you very much. Sorry, Becky.
No, I almost asked you if you wanted to do that. We're anticipating many of the grant funds that have been awarded to the district expiring at the end of this month. The biggest one being the school reopening grant, which represents $314,000. One new item that I wanted to point out that I've included on this sheet is Greg mentioned that the governor had signed the FY21 budget last week. There is a new yet to be named grant that is included in that. We are anticipating approximately $44,000 from that grant. The way that this is being calculated is based off of our foundation enrollment. It would be $25 per student and then $75 per low income student enrolled at the regional high school. So that was some welcome news. In terms of the expenses, we are tracking right along where we anticipated in some of the line items, and then in some other line items, we are going to be making some adjustments. Our substitute line item has not come in at the amount that we had initially anticipated. So you can see that as of November 30th, we have expended about $13,000 in teacher substitutes for that 2-month period, really. We also have expended more in our PPE. We had thought we would expend about $20,000 for this full school year, and we've already expended $28,000. So my snow day project for tomorrow is to go through this grant and to work out these lines and make adjustments accordingly, and so that we can make sure that the funds are being expended on those areas where we have actually seen some overages. I also want to talk about food services, as Greg had mentioned, and you can see that we've done some projections for the year and that we are projecting approximately $144,000 loss if we were to continue our operations the way that they are currently going. And just to give you a little bit of a breakdown about our food services program, this year, I think I've mentioned that all of our students are receiving free lunch, and we are being reimbursed from the USDA for lunch, and we are also able to provide a breakfast as well. So that is really the main source of our revenue for the food services program. As of November 30th, we have served 10,853 lunches and 3,366 breakfasts. We just started the breakfast. I believe it was in November that we started the breakfast program, so that is just getting off the ground. And we've also been allowed to start to offer some of our a la carte offerings. They're very limited based on the regulations, but we are looking at some new offerings, and Keith can get into those a little bit later. You will notice our year-to-date total right now is negative $66,000, just about $67,000. And we are trending at a lower amount where we need to serve 9,608 meals per month. And over the course of 2 months, we served 10,853. So we are doing considerably lower numbers for our lunch program than we've seen historically. So what Keith and Diane Kofer, the manager at the high school, and Greg and I have done is we've sat down and we've come up with a plan for how are we going to address this shortfall. So what we have determined to do is to take some money from the food service revolving account. At the beginning of fiscal year 21, we had $80,096 in that account. So by using a portion of that towards this deficit, that will be helpful. We've also allocated $50,000 in our operational budget towards food services. And we are also looking at our staff. And so this is the conversation that we want to have tonight, because as you could see on this slide, that the largest expense that we really have is our salaries when it comes to food service. Diane does a great job in terms of looking at her expenses and making sure that she is preparing meals that are as low cost as possible. And she also utilizes many of the programs that the government offers. We also were informed last week of another CVRF grant, and this was for the school meals program. And this funding was based on the number of meals that were served from April of 2020 through December of 2020. They needed to estimate for this current month that we're in, but the other months were the actual numbers of meals served. And so you can see, though, it was a very small amount of money that came through, and that was for $3,042. So by taking those steps, we feel that we will be able to make up the shortfall. And Keith, I didn't know if there was anything that you wanted to add.
Absolutely. So I did want to give Diane Kofer and team a lot of credit. You know, coming into the school year, there was a lot of uncertainty, and they did an admirable job of having a safe environment for the students to eat their food and to serve it in the appropriate ways. Now that we have looked at it closely, participation is down. When you look at the average number of meals that she would be doing with, full 1,400 students compared to the 650 that are there on a daily basis between Tuesday and Friday, those percentages are down slightly. A variety of different reasons can be considered for that. The principals have been very helpful in trying to bolster participation. It just simply isn't there at this point. So we are continuing to try to be creative. Diane has tried to explore social media avenues to bolster participation and other methods as well. One thing that Becky did mention is bringing back different a la carte items. They are carefully regulated due to the spacing issues and serving constraints that we're under. But one thing we might be bringing back shortly is pizza. Pizza was a hot item for the high school, and it might be something that will bolster participation in a lot of different areas. But we are, Diane, really looking at her expenses, everything from packaging materials to the different foods that we're serving. We're trying to benefit greatly from the government programs as much as possible, programs, and we are doing things with a high level of thought in mind. So, that coupled with this plan, I hope that we will stabilize the program so that continue to remain viable for the remainder of the school year. Greg, I didn't know if there was anything else that you wanted to add in relation to.
I would just echo, it's not out of a lack of effort that you have a shortfall. When you have 700 less students in your building a day, it significantly impacts the number of lunches you serve. So it's basically a math equation. They are doing everything they can to try to make up this shortfall. But the bottom line is the primary expense is staffing. And, we can't be having this conversation in May that there's this deficit. We really need to be proactive in thinking about what can we do now to try to make sure that, again, we don't end the year in a deficit. So Heather's had some conversations. We are looking at staffing and seeing, what reductions we can make. And also Heather has been having conversations around where can we redeploy some of the staffing who might be impacted to other areas and other needs that we have throughout our 3 districts.
Are there any other are there questions or comments from any of the board members? Okay, Kathleen Holland.
I would just say I really appreciate the consideration for redeployment and that sense of loyalty to an employee. It's certainly difficult circumstances in which to find a new job at the turn of the year, through the holidays and things like that. So I just really want to commend you for that, because even though we're looking at a line item, it's a person, it's a family, it's an influence in their communities. So I always want to keep that humanistic, heartfelt concern when I look at a line item like that. Thanks.
Thank you, Kathleen, for the wonderful comment. And I'd like to thank Keith Lavoie and for Rebecca for doing such a great job on this. I know I asked the questions previously about the free breakfast, and that's now implemented. And I think you've done an yeoman's job in trying to get the numbers to be up, and even the different avenues of social media, trying to get more kids to be involved in this. But Keith, I agree with you. I think if and when you can get pizza on there, that's always something the kids can just grab right away, and and they enjoy that all the time. So you guys are doing the best.
I guess the last thing I would share, and I know Keith says this every time he has a chance, is that lunches are free. It's not too often that lunches are free for everyone. Mm-hmm. And the way the community can help and the way students can help is taking advantage of those free lunches. It sounds counterintuitive, but if they take a free lunch, we benefit. Mm-hmm. So the more free lunches we offer, the less our deficit is. So anything you folks can do to communicate that point, and anything the community can do to make sure kids are taking lunches is helpful.
One thing we've been able to capitalize on now that a lot of the college students are back in town for the holidays is they can come and get free lunches as long as they're under 22 years of age. So these are all conversations I've had with a series of parents. They've asked me, is it okay? And I'm like, absolutely. And it goes the same for preschool age students as well. So we've really gotten that word out, benefited from parents that have kept a pretty strong social media presence, and they've been able to answer questions, and rightfully they've directed it to me or the food services managers for an answer, and we've been able to increase participation that way. But like Greg said, with less kids in the building on each day, the numbers just aren't what they used to be.
Greg, do you think I think you do like a weekly letter home to the parents, maybe when we get back into school in January of 2021, maybe just as a winter reminder, and maybe if the update is there that we can do the pizzas, maybe send something out again to the parents and see if we can get an increase. Maybe in the wintertime, we'll get something.
Maybe we can get some of our Instagram influencers, student influencers, getting the word out to their peers. So absolutely.
Okay.
Maybe if they get their flu shot, they can get a free lunch.
Free cup of hot cocoa, right?
Mary Ellen wanted to include it with the screening. If you come for your COVID screening, you get a free lunch, a grab and go. So, but yeah, actually, we are trying to be creative. Principal Bevan and I have had conversations about when we need, coverage in different types of situations. Can we have a mobile cart with breakfast sandwiches on it that could do some delivery? So we really are trying to think outside the box of how to do this. When we were having the potential of half days, we're like, maybe we have grab and go sandwiches ready to go before kids leave for the day. So everything is being considered, and whether or not logistically it can happen is, some of the obstacles we have to endure.
Well, you're thinking out of the box, so good luck on that.
All right, so next in the packet is the statement of revenue, and Becky will give a brief overview of the report.
So there aren't many new additions to the November 30th report, but there are a couple of things that I did want to point out. As we had anticipated, the Chapter 70 funding did remain at the same level as FY20 levels. So that number that was included on our anticipated revenue is still good and valid. And we've also received our regional transportation figures. So as you can see, we had anticipated $700,000 for FY21, and our number is $710,233. So we were pretty close to that number, about $10,000 off, but at least it was to the good. So we were very close to our actuals. And this month in December, we have already received our assessments from both communities. So that would be what we were anticipating.
And Becky, do we need to take a vote to accept?
Yes, I think you normally do.
Okay. So may I have a motion to accept the Northborough Southborough Regional School District Statement of Revenue of November 30th, 2020?
So moved.
So moved.
So moved by Kathleen Holland and Paul Desmond. Can you give the second? Any discussion? Questions? Seeing none, it's a roll call vote. Karen Ayers?
Yes.
Chris Covino?
Yes.
Paul Desmond?
Yes.
Kathleen Holland?
Yes.
John O'Shea?
Yes.
Kathleen Pelechko?
Yes.
And myself, yes, it passes unanimous. Thank you.
All right, next in the packet is the capital plan, which is voted on at our November meeting, November 18th. Also in your packet are the budget priorities in the budget calendar. And for time's sake, I will not speak to those, but rather go right into the preliminary budget update because those are included in the update. So let me share my screen. Hang on. Can you see my screen? No.
Mm-hmm.
You can?
Yes.
Okay.
It's making me cold.
So this was not on purpose, taking this picture and including it in this presentation. So again, I just wanted to give you a brief update of the FY22 budget process and where we are. As you can imagine, typically this time of year, we have more information. With the governor just signing the FY21 budget, has not left a lot of time with the state looking at FY22. So this presentation this evening is really to share with the committee where we are and what our initial thinking is in terms of some of the budget drivers. So one of the new components or one of the new documents that we're really looking closely at as we think about the budget process is the statement of vision and mission. Really thinking about, making sure that the mission of educate, inspire, and challenge is at the forefront of our work. And then again, the vision, what do we want our students to know and be able to do? And when they leave Algonquin, whether it's work or college or career. we're developing students who are collaborators, critical and creative thinkers, communicators, students who are socially and civically engaged, growth-oriented, and healthy and balanced. So in terms of the budget process, Becky and the finance team did an outstanding job launching the budget for FY22. Principal Bevan and his leadership team and department chairs really spent a lot of time thinking about what goals they wanted to accomplish through the budget process and submitted to the finance team a preliminary budget numbers for the line items that they are responsible for. The finance team put those together as a preliminary budget, and we met with the capital planning subcommittee in November, and also took a first glance at the budget from a high level. Also in November, the school committee approved the FY22 capital plan. So where we are today, typically we would have a preliminary budget presentation to the school committee, but there's too many unknowns at this point to really present a solid budget to the school committee. We've had conversations with Mark Purple, Town Administrator of Southborough, and John Kadera, the Town Administrator of Northborough, and basically they're still waiting to see what their tax receipts are. There are a lot of unknowns in terms of town level that really impact our regional budget. So at this point in time, the plan is to take the preliminary numbers that were submitted to the finance team, to sit down as a leadership team and look at those more closely and develop a preliminary budget to present in January. So I just want to share, I think this is an important place to start with the budget process. As we look back to last year in terms of where we were and where we ended up. So we began with initial budget requests of 7.69% increase over FY20. And our plan was to move forward to the town meetings in both Northborough and Southborough with a 3.31% budget increase. But again, the pandemic had an impact on the fiscal realities of the two communities, and we reduced our budget to a 1.50% budget increase. And I think this is important because we're building our budget on a 1.5% budget, not a 3.31%. So again, it has an impact. When we're looking at the budget reductions that were made in fiscal year 21, I think it does impact the planning for fiscal year 22. We had a reduction of 3.9 full-time equivalents. Staffing, we deferred technology purchases. We deferred classroom textbooks, materials, and general supplies and library materials. And the only thing that happens when you defer is that, again, those get moved forward to the next fiscal year. So it's something that we're looking at very closely. Again, looking closely at Vision 2026 and the work that the committee did, kind of reauthorizing its budget priorities. We have the budget priorities, which are essential for the work that we do as a leadership team to think about what we want to accomplish through this FY22 budget. And many of these are familiar from prior years, but there are also some new budget priorities that help us make decisions. And then in terms of where we are, what are the unknowns currently? The first is contractual obligations. We still have to negotiate with custodians. We negotiated a 1-year contract, so we'll be sitting back down at the table with our custodians to think about their contract for next year and future years. Chapter 70 funding is unknown at this point in time. We had hoped that the Student Opportunity Act would provide some additional funding in terms of transportation, out-of-district transportation reimbursement. It looks like that has been moved off the table for fiscal year 22. Health insurance at this point in time is an unknown. Typically, we have a better idea of what our health insurance increases will be in January. We have a meeting with NFP, I believe, Heather and Becky, this upcoming week. And I think we'll get a better sense of what health insurance increases will be from our consultant NFP, Ken Lombardi. Out of district special education funding. So this is an unknown in terms of circuit breaker reimbursement. COVID-19 2022 expenses. I hope that we don't have COVID related expenses, but I think we can predict that most likely will be some PPE and small expenses as a result of the pandemic and its longer term impacts. And lastly, what we don't know is the town's economic landscape. So, what impact is the pandemic having in terms of tax collections, excise tax collections, real estate, and so forth. So, the towns at this point are waiting for more data so that they can create their fiscal picture for fiscal year 22. And the other thing I just want to share is enrollment. So as we look at FY21, NASDAQ does project declining enrollments over the next 5 years. So if you look at enrollment from FY21 to FY22, we do see a decrease, a significant decrease. And also we're watching this very closely because it ultimately impacts the regional assessments, so the assessments to the town of Northborough and Southborough. So we are keeping an eye on that very closely. And at this point in time, there aren't really any specific numbers that I can share with the committee and the community in terms of percent increase. The goal is to meet with the high school leadership team and the central office leadership team to really sharpen our pencils and present a preliminary budget at the January meeting. So that is my presentation. And at this point in time, I'd be happy to answer any questions.
I don't see any questions or comments coming from board members right now. No questions or comments, Greg.
Okay, so thank you, and much work to be accomplished in the next several months around the budget. And that is my superintendent's report.
Thank you. Very detailed. Very good. The next item on our agenda is E, old business. None at this time. And then we go to F on the agenda, policy development and or distribution. And under first readings, we have in your packet 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 that are for the first reading. So if you take a look at those, the policy subcommittee did meet. If you have any corrections to that, send it to Greg or to Cheryl Lepre, and then we will, when the policy subcommittee meets again, then we'll take those additions or corrections that you have into the policies. And any questions on any of those policies? Okay, the next thing under policy is we have a recommendation to rescind, and it was K-180, Citizens Advisory Committee.
So basically, this is a policy that's several decades old, and we do not have a Citizens Advisory Committee. And I think it was the recommendation that this be rescinded.
So do I have a motion
I'll move to rescind that policy, the
Thank you,
Citizen
Sean.
Advisory.
Thank you, Sean. Is there a second?
Second, Paul Desmond.
Second by Paul Desmond. Any comments or questions on the motion on the table? Seeing none, then it will be a roll call vote. Karen Ayers.
Yes.
Chris Covino.
Yes.
Paul Desmond.
Yes.
Kathleen Highland.
Yes.
Sean O'Shea.
Yes.
Kathleen Plutchko.
Yes.
And myself, yes, and it passes unanimous. Thank you. And the next item on our agenda is audience sharing. Greg, do we have anyone other than administration and school committee?
We have 2 audience members left, and Dana Voke is one of our audience members. So I do not see any hands raised at this point in time.
Okay, should we give it a couple minutes in case, but no hands raised.
No hands raised.
Thank you. H, personnel. We have distribution of personnel report in our packet. Greg?
Yeah, so we had 1 resignation. Sue Whalen, the technology systems administrator, retired. So I believe she retired last week. Sean, is that accurate? So
Yes.
we, Julie Doyle and the technology team hired a person, Heather Matthews, who also was relocating. Unfortunately, the relocation did not work out. So the person resigned. Thankfully, Julie had a strong pool of candidates and actually reached out to another candidate who has accepted the position, who we're very excited about.
Thank you. Communications, we have none at this time. We have approval of bills and payrolls, but that is usually done virtually with the subcommittee. Is that going well, Becky?
It is. It's so nice to just have it done electronically, and I'm sure that the board members appreciate not having to come in to sign documents as well.
And I miss going to the meetings and saying, okay, these are the green Northborough, blue is regional, Southborough is yellow, and who's going to sign what, right? Pass them around the table at the end of the meeting. So that makes it a lot easier. And now we're coming to the end of the agenda, of our agenda for tonight, and we have agenda items for next month. We have the CASTLE program, social emotional well-being of students, English, learner data presentation. And those all seem to be very heavy in length. So sometimes not all 3 may show up on the next month's agenda. So it depends upon when Greg and I look at the agenda, and we don't want it going all night. So even though it's 3 there, it may not be next month. It may be put out for the next 2 months or so. Is there anything else that board members or administration would like to see on the agenda? Okay, Steve?
No, but I have a question about communications.
Sure, go ahead.
Is the Harbinger being produced, the hard copy newspaper being produced in a pandemic?
It's not. They are entirely online currently.
Okay, thank you.
Any other communications? Any other comments? Okay.
I would just say, Madam Chair, I would have to go back to my notes and to see what department we have scheduled for January. Just in the same way we had our guidance department share tonight, I'd have to look back. I can get you that answer in a moment.
Okay, thank you. And as all board members know, if there is anything that takes place, if it's at a meeting that you're at and you would like, you can always do it through audience sharing, or if there is something that you'd like to see on the agenda as time goes by, just like Greg and I know before probably the second week in January, before we set the agenda. Okay? All right. Mr. Bevan,
It's the science department.
Science department, okay.
So I can reach out to department head Lori Zanini and ask her to start thinking about that presentation.
Okay, that'd be great. Thank you very much. All right. Seeing that we're at the close of the meeting and we've taken care of all our agenda items, I'd like to entertain a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
So moved.
So moved by Kathleen and second by?
Second.
By Paul Desmond. Okay, and it's a roll call. I know there's no discussion on this one. Roll call vote. Karen Ayers.
Yes.
Chris Covino.
Yes.
Paul Desmond.
Yes.
Kathleen Howland.
Yes.
Sean O'Shea.
Yes.
Kathleen Plutchko. Kathleen? Yes, and Joan Frank, yes, and it's unanimous. Everybody, Before we adjourn, happy holidays. Be safe tomorrow and the next couple days. And thank you to everybody. Thank you. Thank you.
Get some,
Have
take
a
some
good night.
rest
Happy
time.
holidays.
Yeah, happy holidays, everybody.
Yes.
Happy holidays, everyone.
Bye-bye.
Happy holidays.
Happy holidays.
Be well.